Ba 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 bum ba ba bum ba ba bum bum ba da bum. Oh, we are so back. Oh, we gained 2 subscribers too? 2 subscribers? This probably sounds so bad on my microphone. Alrighty. So what are we doing today? We're doing a lot of stuff. Oh, I gotta share the stream. I'm gonna get taken down for copyright. I'm 100% getting taken down. I don't care. When you're here on your side, don't leave me waiting too long. Please come by. Let's just dump all this in the junk chest. That'll work. I'll fly with you. I'll fly with you. Oh, I probably should have prepared my axe. So where do we even start? We gotta rip down this entire... I guess we'll just stay over here, I guess. I'll fly with you. Corgi! Hi, Corgi. Guess who's streaming again? Guess whose stream is about to get taken down for copyright, but I'm like so small that I don't think they'll care. It's like nobody has joined. It's been very, very fun. My brother. Why do you keep saying my brother? Let's see. Oh, here, let's Here we go. Oh, we are not beating the allegations with this one. We are not beating the allegations with this one. Na na ha 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 ha. Da ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. We're in this biome makes everything gray. So like if I were to go out of this biome, that makes everything more colorful. What the heck? Oh, screw you! Oh, there's so many of them. So, like, how's the volume on my stream? The volume's fine. Goodness me. So, like, how's the volume on... Oh, the volume's perfectly fine. I should have just put on, like, I should have figured out the playlist before I started streaming. Oh, look, my stream popped up, my recommended. No, it's just all, it's all German World War II songs. Oh my gosh. No. No. You know what, this will work. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll just put on the place Dark Skin Bias. Hi. Where Philly Jap, this is where we're building the city right here. So we're gonna clear all this area out. I'm gonna build my first building. Here, I'll show you in a second. I'm not black. No, I'm not gay. So, we're gonna build the first building right here. I just need to build it on like a creative world first. Every little thing that you say I'll do, you hung up. Hanging up on you, waiting for your call, baby, night and day. I'm fed up, I'm tired of waiting on you. Time goes by so slowly for those who wait. No time to hesitate. Those who want to have all the fun, and I'm... Oh wait, I need to turn on all comments. There we go. Oh boy. Yeah, just the normal Bias Icewing viewer right there. I don't know what to do. Every little thing that you say I'll do, you hung up. I'm hanging up on you. Waiting for your call, baby, night and day. I'm fed up. I'm tired of waiting on you. Every little thing that you say I'll do, you hung up. Hanging up on you. Waiting for your call, baby, night and day. Fed up. Tired of waiting on you. Ring, ring, ring goes the telephone. The lights are on, but there's no one home. Tick-tock, it's 1:45, and I'm done. I'm hanging up on you. Can you guys actually say something meaningful? Like, why don't you guys ask me some, like... I was gonna say, why don't you guys ask me, like, some questions, but literally all of you guys are friends with me on Discord, so it's like I've already talked to you guys. Oh my god, shut up. Alright, every little thing that you say I'll do, you hung up on you. Waiting for your call, baby, night and day. I'm fed up, waiting on you. Oh, Nathan's here. Hi, Nathan. This is not... Who is John Rader? What do you mean this is not... John Rader 67. I'm not Jewish. I am not Jewish. What? What do you mean this tis not peak? Tis not peak. Okay, do you like how more gray it is with... I think it's pretty cool. I kind of like how gray it is. That's not going to be the entire... That's obviously just a small biome, but... Oh, Gamer Crunch is here. Gamer Crunch is here. I'm not Jewish! But screw you, show you how Jewish I am. Where do I, where is it? I'll show you how Jewish I am. Well, we're playing this again. Yeah, you can take some pale oak. I got so much pale oak. I have like 2 shulkers full. Actually, I can't let you take all of them though because I'm probably gonna need some. No, don't you dare report me. No. Oh crap, I forgot Nathan's here. Okay, yeah, Nathan's here. You know what? Yeah, let's let's get out of my Nationalist Socialist playlist. Yeah, that's probably not a great playlist to have. Man, all these songs are garbage, which just means I don't want to, oh my gosh, which just means I don't want to play these songs on my stream and actually let people know what I listen to. Oh my goodness. There we go. Last Friday night. There we go. Oh, Nathan joined. You should be moderator. I don't know why you're not. What is everybody saying? Oh yeah, you muted him. Good job. Thank you. You do not own legal deeds to my channel. If you're building a city there... What do you mean? What do you mean, Philly Zap? You said you're building the city there. What about the plans I had for mine? Well, no, that's what I was saying. We both can build our own cities. I wasn't saying we're going to build it together. We can build separate ones. I mean, unless you want to build a city together, which I'm open to that, but I mean, I don't really want to move. I mean, Philly Shop, if you look at this area, this is a amazing area. Like, the only thing, when I see this area, I think of Vancouver. Like, we're gonna have the buildings with the mountains in the background, and we have, like, the ocean right here. So, like, if you wanted to, like, move here and help me build a city, like, I wouldn't really be opposed. What's my blood? Oh, 130. Okay, that's not bad. Wow, it's Friday night. Oh, here we go. Corgi will love this. You might have my eyes wide open to you. I feel moving when you read my inside. Bias reminds me of Shake from Aqua Teen Hunger. I have no idea what that is. No clue what that is. What? It's a good song. Maybe this should be enough. It's the Agartha remix, so the YouTube will never be able to tell if, like, it's copyrighted. You do not need to know what Aqua Teen Hunger Force is. Okay, I'll take Nathan's word for it. It's like original cringe. There's a lot of messages I would agree with. Oh, you know, depending on what those messages are. The stream dropped a viewer when I turned on this song, so like... Woo! Alrighty. You're hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no, you're in and you're out, you're up and then down, you're wrong when it's right, if that's when it's right. What? I sent you vids of what the land looks like to your DMs, and I sent more info about the city, but yeah. Yap, 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 yap. hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no, you're in and you're out, you're up and you're down. Idiot. The same energy, now a dead battery. Cause you're hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no, you're in and you're out, you're up and you're down, you're wrong when it's right, it's up when it's right. How often? This is like the first time I've streamed in like a year. It's been a while. But you know what? I'd like to start streaming again. Kind of get my mind off recent events. Ahem. Yeah. Let's see if I can get my coworker to join the stream. See if I can get my coworker to join. If you're hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no, you're in and you're out, you're up and you're down, you're wrong and it's right, it's up and it's right. Be right back. Well, you better be back. What should we turn on now? We gotta find something good. Gotta find something good. Oh, I know. Here we go. Yes. Oh, there's the skeleton. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He has played down under. Oh my gosh, I'll play that next. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. What do you mean, uh-oh, or oh no? No, this is the Chad version. I'm not going to play that. Okay, I'm not dealing with this tree. Do I have a flint and steel? Where's my flint and steel? Oh my gosh. Keep forgetting to breathe. Hey, where's my hoe? What? Oh. I thought hose. Whatever. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Alright, you want Agartha remix. What do you mean that was the most gay? Oh my god, shut up. On a beach railhead full of zombies, I met a strange lady. 20 minutes until the new year. Would you look at that? Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover. Finally a song that you know and like. 6'4", full of muscle. I said, do you speak my language? No! You told me to play this song. What do you mean? You said play down on... What do you mean? You said play Land Down Under, Agartha remix. What do you wanted this? Well, it's about to be over anyway. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What do we play? Oh my goodness. No, we played this one and there he goes. What do you mean you're gonna silence me? Happy Holidays HH. Oh, I wonder what that stands for. I love the far right remixes. I need to go get a flint and steel, and I need to fix my axe. Oh, this isn't a bad song. I promise it will help, not every single day. I just wanted you to say. What are we doing? Oh, we're fixing the axe, that's right. Just let Bias find out himself. What are you yapping about? Oh yeah, Gamer Crunch. This is Agartha. This is our policy. And you like our banners? This is the Agartha banners. So lucky, lucky, I'm so lucky, lucky, I'm so lovely, lovely, I'm
I'm so lovely, lovely, you can do yourself. I promise it will help. Now every single day, I just wanted you to say.
What do you mean you just rejoined? Where have you been? The dogs needed cuddles. Oh, Corgi will agree with you on that. Okay. We also needed the, No! There it is. Oh yeah, look at this. Gamer Crunch. You got called a... Oh, you have to censor that so I can actually see it. That's a good thing. You should embrace it. Look at them in the face and say, do the Sieg Hail. And they're just like, do it right in front of them. Embrace it. Life's too short not to. Oh, here we go. I love this song. Whoa. I gripped the mind. Oh gosh, I probably shouldn't be singing this. I probably should not be singing that. Let's change the song. Let's change the song. Let's change the song. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Whoa. Groom, 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 groom. I want you in my room. Okay, Oh my gosh. Philly Shap, oh no. Okay, I hate these trees, so we're gonna freaking burn it. We don't have to lost them, no. Oh, ah! He had a sword. Oh, look, it's my cousin. Hi. It's really... Oh my gosh, the fire's spreading. As you see, my cousin's practicing great privacy of keeping our family name a secret. So, like, you guys don't know who I am in real life. Yes, that is Train. Yes, Traintronic. Hi. I tried calling you so we could, like, watch the rest of that video before I started streaming, but you didn't answer. No, I'm going to be streaming for a while. I'm definitely... I don't know how long, but it's definitely going to be late. Go away! Oh yeah, in other news, I worked out with like weights for the first time ever today in a long time, and it felt so freaking good. Like before, when I had like untreated diabetes, I felt so weak and terrible every time I worked out. It felt terrible, but now it actually feels good. Like actually lifting weights. I know, I'm gonna get strong now. So now I'll have the confidence I need to express my views about certain groups of people in public now. Yeah, we'll definitely finish it tomorrow. Stay at oh my gosh, shut up, Corky. Gamer Crunch is back. There we go. You know how many copyright claims I'm going to get on this live stream? I don't even want to know. Play California Girls. Do I have it up here?
Greetings, loved ones. Let's take a journey.
I don't know this song good enough to sing it. Is this from the tape deck? No, this isn't from the... this is from my computer. See, you gotta give me some tapes of these songs so I can play them. I'm gonna get assassinated by YouTube. The march was... No, I have that march on a tape, but no, that was from YouTube. Oh my gosh, so much garbage. Comes close to the golden cause. I don't know the song good enough. How embarrassing. Alright, I'll talk to you tomorrow then, Traintronic. Thanks for stopping by. Oh my gosh, why did you... Gamer Crunch, stop! This is the Agartha remix, Nathan. You wouldn't understand. Alright, I need to start clearing this area out. Talking about my... Oh, you're talking about my singing. Oh my gosh. Seven minutes. 7 minutes. So happy I can start the new year with all of my favorite people. And not my family. Alright, we have anything good? I played that already. Corgi, what is going on? You want to hit 500 this year. Oh, 500 subscribers. I'm going to see if I can try. My subscribers have been stuck at this for so long. What was that? What heck was that? Actually, you know what? I have to go pee. I will be right back. Oh, you know what? Probably a really bad idea. Going AFK when it's about to turn night. Yeah, that's a really that's a really bad idea. Okay, now I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Behave yourselves.
Gamer Crunch.
Ah! Who's calling? What is this? Oh, you retard. You retard! What are you doing? Oh my god. What do you want? What do you want?
Get the stream. It's a yes or no question.
I can't hear you. What?
Can the stream hear me? Can chat hear me?
Yes, I guess.
I have a PSA.
What?
7 days. 7 days. 3 hours. 42 minutes and 39 seconds. Remember that, bias. Remember that.
Go away. Good, great. Corgi's calling me now. Oh my gosh. Alright, I do not like the sound. coming from above me. I really do not like the sound coming from above me. I really do not like the sound. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my, for goodness sakes. Go away. Go away. Okay, so... No creepers? Okay. Where were we? Oh my gosh, it's still alive? Oh my gosh. Ooh, wish I knew. Okay, we're not doing that. You're back. Oh, that's great, Gamer Crunch. Or Liam. Why is Groom getting recommended to me? No. Five Nights at Kirky's freak off location. No. 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 I don't know what song to play. Hitler's speech 4K. Oh, we should play that. Erica? I guess we could play Erica. Oh my gosh, everything is Erica Kirk. Oh my gosh, the disclaimers. Oh, it's the new year! Oh, I can't sing it. Who am I kidding? It's the new year. New year, same me. Rika. You thought Bias Icewing, out of all people, wouldn't play it? You legit thought me, out of all people, wouldn't play this song? After the hiding bleeds, I cried as in was ice. Erika. Erika. Boom, 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 boom. A design for what? I could show you my design real quick, actually. So my first building I came up with, it's still a work in progress. This is what I have so far. I built this in like 15 minutes, so it's really rough. But I'm trying to work with the resources I have right now, which really isn't much. But like I have all the buildings from last season we can go off of too. But yeah. I'll probably test build later today as well. Well, later stream. Oh, listen to all the fireworks. Goodness me. Oh my gosh, not this again. Please. Please. I just want to join my own realm. Can I join my own realm? Thank you. We have anything good? Probably not best to play that song. Yeah, sure, why not? These designs aren't final. Okay.
Sweet little bumblebee, I know what you want from me. Do 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 da da, do 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 da da. Sweet little bumblebee, more than just a fantasy. Do 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 da da, do 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 da.
We were playing Erica like 5 minutes ago, Corgi.
Go boom boom boom, we go zoom zoom zoom. Look at me, I wanna keep with you until the end. I'm so in love with you.
Oh my gosh, garbage!
Baby, can't you see? Please come rescue me. Sweet little bumblebee, I know what you want from me. Do 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 da da, do 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 da da.
I'm just glad my cousin isn't here.
Gamer Crunch.
Oh my gosh.
Do 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 da da da, do 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 da da. Sweet little bumblebee, I know what you want from me. Do 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 da da, do 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 da da. Sweet little bumblebee, more than just a fantasy. Do 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 da da, do 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 da da.
No, I picked the wrong one. No, go back. No, no, stop it. No, I lost it. Where'd it go? Bias, play No More Tears. I don't know what that is. There we go. I put the new forges on the G. I drive it to the bloody bottoms is underneath. Cause all my homies got it on the street. I keep a hooded rages on my G. I remember hitting the mall with my whole team. I guess not. I got a Bud Light on my sister. Oh my gosh, screw you. Hilly Shap, I don't care about how good your designs are. They could be crap, but as long as we build the city, it's gonna be lit. Well, preferably if they're not garbage, but like you don't have to, you gotta stop trying to please me. It's not that big of a deal. You don't have to. I'm sure your builds are gonna be great. Oh my gosh. Alright, here we go. Careful of the Enderman, he's black, he will get angry if you look at him and attack you. He'll steal, he'll rob your blocks, he cannot swim at all. I'm in the deep, deep basement of Mom's house, mining till I get to the next level. I just gotta build something big, bigger than me, and I'll be crafting in the basement all night. Minecraft. Oh my. So mine it up, mine it up, mine it up, So mine it up, mine it up, mine it up, Whoa, 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 whoa. Why do you want to listen to that song so bad? Oh my gosh. Okay, what is it? No More Tears. More. No More Tears, Agartha remix. Let's see if that does anything. No, there's no Agartha remix. I can't listen to it. Do I listen to the normal one or like the remix versions? The normal one? You said yes to a. I don't know which one. Brother, you still haven't told me which one. Okay. 7 minutes long? Oh my goodness. This song has 1 minute to impress me. 1 minute, it's just gonna be guitar every 90s song ever. Okay, this song isn't really grunge. This song isn't that good. I don't like the voice. Of course I'm untasteful. Do you know the garbage I listen to? Dude, I'm not going to in Iron Mouse. Oh my gosh. We gotta put on some fentanyl. Oh my gosh, more stupid, impure illegals. Get out of here. This is what ICE should do to, like, all the illegals. Oh, he's leaving. Okay, I can turn this off, finally. Not in a gay way, I'm sure. What's my blood sugar at? Why is my blood sugar at 140? Okay, you know what? It's fine. We're at 140. It's okay. Not the end of the world. Oh my gosh. Okay, I can't take this. Goodness me. Let's listen to some actual music. Oh no, wait, no.
Mahmoud, can we go hijacking? What? 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 Oh. What? 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 Oh. What? What? What?
Summer, no. Summer, 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 no. Summer, 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 no. Summer, 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 no. I'm going to fly some planes into a couple buildings in Manhattan. I'm Osama, Abdul Obama. I'm not discussing.
Roman Salah, this will be copyright. Put your seatbelt on. I got C4 bomb tucked into my undies. The pilot says, "Damn, should have rode my donkey." It's about to get crazy. When it's time to pray,
This stream is going to be so cooked.
Happy Ramadama Ding Dong, everyone. Let me show you what plane flying lessons gave me. Okay, now turn left. I said turn left!
For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Maybe we just got off on the wrong foot. Left our toe. Hi, we're gonna die. Here's a plastic bag for cover, bro. Hope you're in the mood for 72 virgin. I don't mean dudes that get your computer working. I'll explain it in a way that you can understand. Bakalaka samba raba madarka durkistan. Hope you're planning on hearing about great insurance offers. This plane's about to crash into some health insurance office. Orders of One Direction.
Oh, my controller battery. Oh no.
Yes, I may have let them planes go too far. I meant to get them back to Yemen for a new car. I'm the coolest guy every year at TerrorCon. All the terrorists.
TerrorCon.
Got the telephone.
I'm gonna drive a cab. Only got 20 bombs in my pocket. Right
It's getting molested into the ground. You know, it's a New Year stream, so you know what? We can make some sacrifices.
Too soon. What you know about explosive turbine on your noggin? Who you know been getting more hate than Bin Laden? This nigga will fuck your kid and kidnap your parents. One man's terrorists, another man's Arab. I'm a bad man.
Oh my
Bitches, I'm
gosh,
from
okay, we
Pakistan,
gotta...
bitches in Afghanistan. Blew up Pakistan with the gas can. Come and find me, everybody. I'm right
My
here.
gosh,
I
I'm
can
not
go
listening to
sing
We Are
champion.
Charlie
I'm
Kirk.
here selling you Slurpees at 7-Eleven up in Dearborn, chilling with Saddam and his motherfuckers. I lead the Syrian rebellion, motherfucker. I'm in New York on the welfare, motherfucker. They be like, you must pay for 9/11. I'm like, bro, can I pay you in trident layers? I give you free chili gift card and a bootleg Iron Man 3 and an Angry Birds t-shirt. I call that gift from me to your nation. I call that full 9/11 compensation. Now we're squared up. And the Kardashians have always worked for me. I just want to get that cleared up. Anyone you see with a turban is working for me. Will we ever see Middle
We
East
are
peace?
biased, I swear. Oh my
There'll always
gosh.
be one or two jihads at least. Watch me spit the flow, bro. Here we go. I got backhand like Macklemore. What? A bitch walk up and I smack a whore. I'm gonna pop some caps. Homie got dynamite in my jacket. I'm Osama. Get ready for the summer. Sheets about to blow up. I wear the baddest robes. I chill with badass bros. Like David Allen Coe. Al-Assad and Camel Joe. I wear the baddest bombs. Damn right. I kill America. Come on. I win the Taylor Swift as Camel Toe. I'm gonna fly some planes into a couple buildings in Manhattan. I'm Osama. Run till Obama. Let
Where...
me fly Air Force One. Oops.
Where are the
Thank
kid
you.
music? Oh my
First, I need to
gosh.
thank Jesus. Without him, there could be no 9/11. I'd like to thank my flying instructor, Barack Osama.
Do we have any re-uploads? There we go. Whole lot of V-Bucks, kitties coming for me. Cherries keep popping, but the cops come knocking. Diddy party, ayy. Diddy party, ayy. Acting real young, trying to get ranked up. Diddy party, ayy. Diddy party, ayy. Been robbing cribs, running from the pigs. Oh, cool Gilby's here. Hi. Or no, it's Babaloo now, or whatever it's called. Why don't you get on the server? Oh no, it had... Oh my gosh, copyright. Stupid copyright. Milo Science. I have no idea how to say his new name. Yeah, I don't really... I have no idea how to even pronounce it. Stop feeding me the same music. Give me some new music, please. Please, give me some new music. Me mum died in the holly. Me mum died in the holly. Yes. Yeah. Shut it down.
guys lined up by Stalin. For my daddy in the coffin. I'm a Jew Finkelstein. My uncle, my grandma was lying.
Jew Finkelstein.
Put her in the count. Told her get a word or be turned into a lamb. Holly. Me pa was killed by Stalin.
Me mom died in the holly.
Me pa was killed by Stalin. They got slimed up my grandma and my aunt in 1945. Fucked up. Stalin put up on me pa. Put him in the count. Then his ops sprayed his head with the fucking chop. Me mom died in a holly. Me pa was killed by Stalin. Me mom died in a holly. Me pa was killed by Stalin.
What? What is this? Why do you have me listening to some communist song? Why are we listening to communist music? Na 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 na. Well, yeah, I've listened to it before. Man, where's all my viewers going, bro? Where my viewers going? Come back. Come back. All these stupid illegals. Oh my gosh. We'll listen to the polar opposite now. You won in what? Oh, good job. Let the spirit of Hitler come inside you. All these stupid illegals. Oh my gosh! Where's my blood sugar at? 144. Pretty stable. Well, like, nobody's really left, Corgi. It's just you and me, so, you know what? We can, let's go ahead and... I've already watched all this, but we can rewatch it.
Okay, so I figured out that the word that I was looking for the last video was shipping container. Shipping container. So, Eddie, I don't know if you want to go in and replace all the times that I said something other than shipping container with shipping container. I'll give you a clean read. Shipping container.
Shipping
Okay, and I'm going to do a few more just so Eddie has them, so that... Eddie, don't put this in the final video.
Eddie's doing nothing.
Shipping container.
Eddie's doing nothing.
Shipping container. Shipping container? Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the... Eddie? I'm starting over. Hello, everyone. This is the next installment of Dan... Eddie. Hey, guys, how are y'all? My name's Taylor Swift. Oh, sorry, I've been in character for so long, I don't even know when the character ends and when me begins. So in the last installment, I witnessed a drug deal between the LaFleur dynasty and the Reddies, which are two rival gang families that I am going undercover as Taylor Swift to attempt to do a sting operation with Big Red and bring down both of the families. So I was very alarmed because at the end of that encounter, they made a statement that seemed to be, that they were going to kill me, which was confusing to me because I thought that they thought that I was dead. So I was thinking when at first I kind of forgot about that. Then I ran home with, I just ran all the way home, and I was laying in bed and I was like, oh my God, they're gonna kill me. And then I was like, wait a minute, don't they think that I'm already dead? So the very next morning, I flipped open the burner phone and I called Officer Frank.
Officer
and I said,
Frank.
Officer Frank,
Uncle
you
Frank.
got some explaining to do.
Uncle Frank.
Sorry if that was a little offensive. Officer Frank, you have some explaining to do to me. And Officer Frank was like,
stop saying my name.
Don't say my name.
Don't
on the
say
phone.
my
This
name.
is supposed to be anonymous. And I said, I don't care anymore about anonymous. I am in danger. My life is in danger because you have not been fully transparent with me about what's going on. And I demand to know all the answers about everything that's going on. This is my life. So he said, all right, come into the office. So I came into his office and I was like, listen up, Buster Brown.
Buster
You
Brown.
need to explain to me right now what's going on. Why do the LaFoes and the Reddies think that I'm alive? Why are they negotiating with me? Why am I apparently worth $2 billion for the original model cargo thing that was invented by the inventor of the cargo thing?
The cargo thing.
What is going on? And Uncle Frank said, buddy.
Uncle Frank, he said Uncle
Not
Frank.
my uncle. If he was my uncle, I would have been molested. So, Uncle Frank says, Mr. Frank,
Mr.
says,
Frank.
buddy, you're asking me like I know the answers to this. I don't know what's going on either. You're supposed to be the one who's finding out what's going on. So I was like, well, why do they think that I'm alive? And he was like, you don't even know that they think that. Are you sure that they were talking about you? And I was like, yes, I'm sure, because Pierre said Dan's off limits. And then Monsieur said, oui, it doesn't matter, And then they shook on it and said, deal. So they're talking about me. They're going to try to kill me, and they're going to hand me over to the Big Reddies.
The Big Reddies.
So Uncle Frank, God fucking Officer Frank said, that is odd. And I was like, yeah, it is. So either you're not telling me something that's going on, either they know something that we don't know that they know, or they're talking about something else, and I'm mistaken. So I was like, well, I guess you better find that out.
You stupid
Well,
creeper.
find that out
You son of a...
I don't want to blow my cover. I don't want them to know that I'm alive if they still think that I'm dead. But if they know that I'm alive, then I would rather get ahead of this situation. So, Officer Frank was like, well, what's the next move? What do you want to do then? And I was like, I don't know. You're the Officer Frank. You're supposed to tell me what the next move is. So he said, why don't we just continue with the plan as is, and then we'll sort of play whack-a-mole.
I wish you luck.
So if another problem arises, then we'll whack-a-mole that problem when it comes up. So I was like, Officer Frank, I can't live like that. I have a lot of anxiety. I will have a 24-hour panic attack about this until we figure it out. And it will ruin every waking moment of my life. I won't be able to eat. I'll start having stomach problems. And if I start having stomach problems, then I can't film videos. It's going to get in the way of my whole thing. Okay? So we need to figure this out right now. So Officer Frank said, okay, fine. And he gets his office phone and he goes, beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, pop, pop, beep, boop, pop, 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 beep, boop, pop, 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 pop. And I'm like, who are you calling? And he says, shh. So it goes, ring, ring. And Officer Frank is like, hello. May I please speak to Dan Henschel?
Dan Henschel.
And there's a sound of like,
So I was like, so he said, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, see you later. So I said, who was that on the phone? Who were you asking about me, and what did they say? And he said, I didn't call anyone. I just did that to calm you down, so that you would relax. And I said, what? What are you talking about? And Uncle fucking goddamn it, Officer
Uncle Frank.
This one might have to be a Patreon only. This is ridiculous. Not that the Patreon videos are less quality than the regular.
Sure, Officer Frank. Oh, hi, Ash. How are you
So
doing?
Officer Frank said,
I haven't talked to you in a while.
I understand.
Have you been all
Here's
right?
what we'll do. We'll
I
write you
hope.
a prescription for some Valium, and then hopefully that'll relax you. And I was like, oh, that's gonna relax me quite. Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. So I went home and took some of the pills.
The pills.
And then I was like, wait a minute. So what am I doing next? And Officer Frank said, you're gonna go, just do what you were gonna do before. So go back to the big.
Yeah, I can tell you've been pretty busy. You haven't said like anything on the server.
So I said, all right. So I put the Taylor
Figured
Swift
as much.
Get Up on, and I went to the bar, emergency bed bar and grill, and I said, hi, y'all!
Yeah, Happy New Year to you as well, Ash.
Taylor
I'm sure you've
Swift!
seen. It's Taylor Swift. Oh my gosh. I'm.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh. I'm sure you've seen my announcement. It's been pretty rough for me being in the hospital over the holidays, but I'm doing better now. Trying to stay positive. So I hope you're doing better than me.
I've missed you so much. I was like, yeah, I missed you too. What's going on tonight? And he said, well, you know, I was thinking maybe if you want, we could go see a movie, and then maybe we could go back to my place. So I was like, oh my gosh, all right, if that's what you want, then sure. Okay. What movie do you want to see? And he was like, well, you know, I was thinking about this movie, Ella McKay. It looked pretty good. And I was like, oh yeah, I've heard about that. You know something? Actually, I just realized I'm busy tonight. He said, oh really? And I said, yeah. So, why don't we skip the movie? Let's just go right back to your place, and then we can, you know. And he said, all right. So the Big Lebowski went in Big Red's office. He said, hey, Red. Big Red opened the door. He said, what do you want? And Big Lebowski said, listen, I'm going to take off early tonight. And Big Red was like, oh, yeah, you're getting your pickle whistle. And Big Lebowski was like, okay, calm, lower the volume.
Lower the volume.
And Big Red was like, yeah, that's my boy. I knew you had it in you, big man. So Big Lebowski was like, yeah, whatever. Can I just go home now? And he was like, well,
Oh, I should have slept. Oh my gosh.
I still don't have a voice for Big Red, to be honest. Did you count the register? And Big Lebowski said, no. So we went back over to the bar, and he was huffing and puffing, he pulled out the register. And he was like, well, we can reschedule for another night if you got something to do. I don't want to hold you up. It's like, no, it's all right. I canceled all of that.
Oh, it's all right.
So, what you doing there? And he was counting the money in the register. And he said, I'm counting the money that's in the register. And I said, oh, yeah, that sounds pretty easy. He said, well, it's not really because... And then he looked around to see if anybody was listening. He was like, so, to tell you the truth, Big Red has a sort of special way that he likes us to do it. So I was like, oh yeah, what's that? And he said, Big Red likes if we we have sort of a money laundering operation here. And I was like, oh, really?
Oh, really?
And he said, yeah. So basically, we cook the books because Big Red is a drug dealer, and he also deals prostitutes and other firearms and things of that nature. So I said, oh my gosh, that's crazy. And he said, yeah. So we have to sort of funnel money in as though it's business expenses. And this was when I started to be like, you know what, this, because he's mansplaining to me what money
He's
laundering is, and I
mansplaining.
already know. So that was really eye-opening for me. I was like, wow. I guess the ladies weren't making it up, because I always thought they were just making it up. I don't have any problems. You're not pressed. Shut up! So then I was like, man, I guess it's true. Sorry. So I said, I do know what money laundering is. And he said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mansplain. And I said, no, it's all right. I like when people explain things to me. I think some folks don't like it, but I do.
I do.
So he said, okay. So now I'm like, well, maybe I can, let's see if we can get some more information. So I said,
Oh, hi, Marcus. How you doing? Raid.
And,
Oh, raid. Does Chase raiding my stream? If that's... I didn't even know if he... Was he streaming? Oh, my viewers are increasing. I guess he might be. I don't know. But Happy New Year! We were just watching... Me and Corgi were just watching Dan Henschel in here. How have you been? I don't know if you've seen my video or not, but I was in the hospital for a while. I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I almost died, so that was really nice, but we're doing better now. You're doing fine? Well, that's good to hear. I'm doing okay myself. I got an extra large Buc-ee's Diet Dr. Pepper, so I'm happy. Are you on right now, Nathan? You're not even online. Don't you love how you have to go to freaking social just to see if somebody's online now? Just absolutely useless change. Useless change that benefits nobody. You already got called an F-slur on War Thunder.
Yep.
Good, good.
That's basically it. And I said, well, I have always wanted to be a drug dealer. I've always wanted to be in the mafia. Do you think that maybe I could start working for him? And Big Lebowski was like, oh, you don't want to work for Big Red. Trust me, he's gonna eat you alive, literally. And I was like, oh, he's fine. I had brothers growing up. I'm not talking about like brothers. Eddie, you have to take all this out. Eddie, take all this out.
Eddie never does anything.
I had brothers growing up. I know what it's like. So I don't care about some man.
So man.
He said,
why am I still chopping wood? Because this is where the road's
Killer.
going. This is where the path is
don't wanna
going.
get involved in this because I'll be honest. The day that I got involved.
Yeah, Ash was here, yeah.
Bullshit was the worst day of my life. It ruined my life. And I was like, well, what do you mean? I mean, you make money. You have safety. You have
What is that?
belonging. You know, you have a sense of belonging, a sense of family.
Who trapped the donkey here?
He was like, we can't talk about this here. Let's go home to my place. Because they have microphones and cameras here. Everywhere. They record everything. And not only that, but they have an AI that transcribes everything. Voice recordings.
What am I listening to? I'm
And then
listening
they
to
have
Dan
AI
Henschel.
search to see if there's anything that Big Red would get mad about. And the AI gives him a summary sheet at the end of every day. So I was like, oh, damn. Okay.
Who covered up the
So,
emerald?
alright. So, Big Lebowski, we head back to his car. And
Big
I radio, and I
Lebowski.
go,
Dan Henschel's like
Lebowski's car.
the best
Let's take it back to
YouTuber
his place.
ever.
Over. And Big Lebowski was like, what did you do? And I said, oh, no, I was sneezing.
Oh, I was sneezing. Officer Frank.
Sure, we're going to Big Lebowski's car.
Oh, true.
He's like, bless you. I said, thank you.
Thank you.
I think I forgot to mention this, but I have, so I had put on, some of these guys, and basically what they rigged up was, it was actually pretty neat, because my breasts were 2 rolls of cassette tape, magnetic tape. It was basically like a big tape recorder apparatus that I strapped to my chest, and the breasts would turn like this, and the magnetic tape would run through, and it would record everything. It was bulky, but it was okay.
Who's 13-year-old guy?
Oh,
is that who?
C cups, cassette.
That's
cups.
that guy?
Sometimes I'm like, hey, this would be a funny joke, but I don't actually have the joke. I just have like the general tone of what the joke should be, or an idea of what the joke should be. So if you guys have any funny suggestions for what a joke could have been there, like C cups, something to do with this cup size, and also cassette tapes and recording things. I don't know, guide, something. And then Eddie, we can go in with the AI and maybe use some of those suggestions. So I pressed because in order to activate, you have to press your thing. So I was like, and he said, "What's that sound? What mechanical thing did you just click in your chest?" And I said, "Oh, this is."
Oh, I hate creepers so much.
Because we do a lot of singing and dancing. I have to have what's it called? The Corvette. What's it called?
I'm gonna have to go
Cabaret.
get some. Oh my gosh, I hate you so much.
Croissant. What's it called? Corset. So I have a special corset that I have to go like this, and it does the whole thing. And so I was just trying to explain it so that he'd be bored by what I was saying. He was like, "Yeah, all right." So I was like, "Oh, yeah." So I get in his car, and he has a kind of a shitty car. To be honest. It's a Subaru Outback.
A Subaru Outback.
But a very old one. It's one of the. It's purple. So I was like, man, what the hell is this car? And he was like, sorry, I've always loved Subarus. And I was like, I bet you do, you fucking. Hey, listen, everybody got mad at me for saying it the last time, so I was like, fine. But I will say, every time that I have said it, I think it has been earned. And it's been it's been for, wham!
Yeah, lots of logs.
So anyway, we get in this Super Outback, and he starts driving me to where he lives. And I gotta tell you, I really don't like when other people are in control of me. So I like to always drive myself places. I like to always bring my car places because, I don't like to get picked up by people. I don't like to get, any of that because I really need to be in control of my own, getting out of the situation or getting into the situation. If my life and my plans are at the whims of someone else who's just like, oh yeah, we can leave whenever, I'll pick you up and I'll bring you up, like, no. So I get very anxious when that happens. So I start to say to Big Lebowski, how far away do you live? You know, is this gonna be, what are we talking here? And he was like, oh no, it's
Oh,
fine.
that's
I just live
coarse.
right here, right up the road here in Barstow. And I was like, you don't need Barstow.
You don't mean Barstow, do you?
All the way up there. He's like, oh yes, no, it's not too bad. You know, this time of night, it's you just get on the 15 and you know, there's no traffic, so it's fine. I was like, Barstow is in the middle of the fucking desert, nowhere. Why am I in the desert again? I'm an ostrich. Everybody likes my ostrich sound. I'm gonna be doing this for the rest of the okay. So I'm like, Eagle Bouncy, I cannot go all the way to Barstow. Just let me out here. He said, no, come on, it's fine. I mean, you know, if I let you out here, the coyotes are gonna eat you. So I was like, no, I can't go all the way to Barstow. And I started having a panic attack, and I started crying. And he's like, whoa. And I say, just fucking. And then I remember that Mr. Freddy, what's his name?
Officer.
What's the guy's name? The Mr. Frank? Yeah,
Uncle Frank.
Gave me the happy pills, the pills. So I was like, oh god, home. That's me taking the pill, by the way. So then I was like, oh, Barstow.
No.
And Big Lebowski was like, you good? And I was like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've never been better in my whole life than I am right now. Big Lebowski was like, okay. So, it's time, like I said, you know, when you're on these pills, time starts to move in strange ways. So, I don't know how much time passed, but eventually we did get to his house in Barstow, which was a fucking shithole. It sucked ass. It was right next to the highway. So, and he was like, oh, my grandfather had this land before they built the interstate, and then they built the interstate, and they offered him a bunch of money to move, but he didn't want to move, so then they just built it right next to his house, to spite him. I was like, I don't care. I don't care about any of this. So then I realized I had to change, because the tape, you know, I think I just saw a guy in his car sip out of a flask while he was waiting to turn left. I don't want to rat him out, but... Wee-woo! Pigs! There's nothing worse than a fucking pig.
What's your countdown? Oh, you have 4 minutes, Nathan.
I've been taking some Officer Frank's Happy Boys.
Or wait a minute. No, you're in the Central Time Zone. New Year's has already happened for you, hasn't it?
The annoying thing about using the magnetic tape, cassette tape, for the...
Or no, it goes the other way. Never mind, I'm a moron.
You have to change the tape.
You have 3 minutes, Nathan.
You just record forever and ever and ever. So I had a bunch of extra tapes in the purse that I had. That was like my supplies. So in my purse was a bunch of tapes, a gun, mace.
Yeah, I'm tired. I forgot that I thought it was the other way. No, I'm just dumb.
Some chewing gum. I think that's it. So I was like, shit, you know, because I can't just lift up my shirt and replace the tape while we're driving. So I was like, let's just try to make sure that he doesn't say anything good until we get in the house and I can go to the bathroom and change my... I don't know why I'm doing that accent, even though I'm talking about my inner monologue. I think it's because it's like Daniel Day-Lewis, you know.
You need to tell me when it's a new year so you can drink oh, alcohol. Nasty.
You know, don't know. So then, of course, right then, Big Lebowski says, so I started working for Big Red back a couple years ago, and I was like, say, hang on a minute. I need to make a phone call.
I need to make a phone call.
So I go, beep, boop, beep, boop,
Guess
beep,
who
boop,
he
beep, boop,
calls?
beep,
Guess who he
on my
calls?
phone and call Officer Frank.
Officer Frank.
And Officer Frank picks up and I was like, what are you doing? Why are you calling?
What are you doing?
And I was like, hi there, Grandma.
Oh,
How
Grandma.
y'all doing? And Officer Frank goes, fucking hell, man.
Officer Frank.
She just opened the phone and pretended to call me. And I was like, how's Buster doing? How's Ding Dong?
How's Ding
How's
Dong?
everything down on the farm? And he was like, what the fuck are you? You are terrible. Not only are you terrible at accents, you're terrible at improvisational comedy, you're terrible at plot, you're terrible at world building, you're terrible at every single thing that you're trying to do. And I said, oh my gosh, well, tell me why, tell me, I hope that I can have another glass of your iced tea.
Iced tea.
He said, did you my ass tea? I said, yeah, your grandma's famous ass tea. Officer Frank was like, what's ass tea? And Big Lebowski also looked at him and was like, what's ass tea? And I was like, oh, you know, just some ass tea. And I said, okay, Grandma, I gotta go, bye-bye. As we started pulling into his house. And so Big Lebowski's like, what's ass tea? And I said, oh, I was just, I didn't want to blow the accent, but ass tea is how you would say it with that accent. So I was like, ass tea. And he was like, no, I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Oh, yeah, Nathan, it's one. It's ring, ding, ding, ding.
He said, is that a southern thing or something? And I said, yes, some people, definitely more in the South than out here in South. Yeah, oh, fucking hell, Eddie. How many more
Eddie.
do we have to do? Ass tea. Stop. Hey, sorry, everybody, had a little bit of a freak out there, but we're back. And everything's fine. So where were we in the story? I believe that I had just gotten off of my big phone call with Officer Frank.
Officer Frank.
The Big Lebowski was driving me to his house. And we had the conversation about ass tea, which of course was actually iced tea. But I could not. Okay, we don't have to do a recap. We just saw it. Hey guys, sorry, had a little bit of a... Hey guys, sorry, had a little bit of a freak out there, but we're good now. We're back to normal. So, we pulled into the Big Lebowski's house in Barstow. And then immediately I hear, rah, 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 from the yard. And I was like, oh, do you have a dog? And he was like, no. And there was a dog just going like, rah, 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 rah. I said, well, what's that there? And he said, your guess is as
Oh my
good as
gosh,
mine.
no. I need that dirt.
So the dog was, climbing out the window like, rah, 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 rah. And Big Lebowski said, hang on a minute, this happens all the time. So he opened the door real fast and went, bonk!
Bonk!
And the dog was like, and I got out of the car and I was like, oh my god.
Oh my gosh, Nathan.
Is that dog okay? And I was like, or he was like, I don't know. And then we went into the house. So, it's like, damn, they really do things different out here in Barstow. And for all the people who are like, the dog,
The
the
dog.
the dog got up and ran away and was fine and happy and then went and had a big old steak dinner and cuddled with his mommy. Is that what you wanted to hear? Well, that's not the way the world works. But I'll make it up for your sake. We got into his house. And I was like, excuse me, I gotta use the bathroom. So I pulled my shirt up. And I quickly replaced the cassettes. Pressed again. Went back out. Big Lebowski was in the kitchen. He was like, so do you want anything? Can I get you something? And I was like, all I want to know is your life story and how you came to work for Big Red. So how did you first meet Big Red? And he said, I was, I used to, and then I said, excuse me, actually, can y'all make sure that when you answer the question, you speak loudly and clearly, and that you also rephrase what the question was at the beginning of your answer? And he was like, what do you mean? And I said, when I say, how did y'all meet Big Red? You would say, well, I met Big Red, blank, this way, And he was like, why? I said, I just like when people talk like that. So he said, okay, well, I met Big Red, when I first moved to, I'm slipping into the accent again. He said, I met Big Red when I first moved to Los Angeles. I was homeless at the time. My heart sunk, and I was like, you were homeless? And he was like, yeah, it was a really rough period of my life, I moved out here because I, just thought it would be a better opportunity for a better life. So I came out here and I was on the street.
4 people are watching.
On the
If you're
Hollywood Walk of
watching, say
Fame.
hi, please. I'm
I used to hang
lonely.
out by the Steve Harvey store.
The Steve Harvey store.
And I was like, I did a video once at the Steve Harvey store where I was the Joker.
The Steve Harvey store.
And he was like, what? And I said, I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from. I apologize. Continue. And he said, so I was living on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and I sat next to the Steve Harvey store. And, I would ask people for money and things, and it was a rough life. And so I was what some would consider a crackhead. And I said, that's a terrible thing to say. I would never say something like that about people who are struggling with homelessness. I understand. Everybody has a hard time. And I said, well, excuse me, I don't want to be rude, but it seems to me like all homeless people are schizophrenic and are crazy. And that's the reason why they're homeless. So why are you, as someone who is lucid and relatively normal, I mean you're stupid, but other than that, you don't seem like a normal homie, which is what I call homeless person, homies. Whoa, Eddie, we have to take that out. Eddie, you've got to take that out, okay? So why are you homeless and you're normal? And he said, well,
Eddie.
to tell you the truth,
Eddie.
I used to be Elmo.
Elmo.
And I was like, what? And he said, Elmo, the character.
Oh, purple joined. Look at that.
And I was like, what do you mean you used to be Elmo? And he said, well, I played Elmo on the TV show, Sesame Street. And I was like, you played Elmo? And I accidentally went out of the voice. And then I was like, you played Elmo?
No, 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 no,
Said,
no.
"Yup."
No, 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 no.
And I said, "Can you do the voice then?"
Let's get
And he
out of
said,
here.
I'm not. I can't do the voice because I wasn't Elmo, but he did the voice perfectly. And I was like, "Holy moly, mother of mama! That's pretty amazing. Can I get your autograph?" And he was like, "Sure." So I had him sign, you know, a piece of paper.
He signed a piece of paper.
And so then I said, "Well, then if you were such a successful Elmo, why did you have to become homeless in Los Angeles?" And he said, "Well, I don't know exactly how to explain this. I did something."
Oh my gosh, I picked up all my garbage.
And I was like, what do you mean you did something?" He said, "I did something that was not good." And I said, "Well, like what? Like what?" And he said, he started crying.
He started crying.
And he said, "I don't want to talk about it." And then all of a sudden my phone dinged. And I got an alert from Citizen. And it was an alert that said, "There's a sex offender 0.0 miles away from you right now." And it was a picture of the Big Lebowski.
It was a picture of Big Lebowski.
So I was like,
oh no.
whoa, hang on a minute.
And purple's already gone.
And Big Lebowski said, "I'm sorry, no, please don't leave me like everybody does." I don't know why he's Southern now. He's not Southern. I'm Southern. I'm Taylor Swift is Southern. But I'm Taylor Swift, and I'm Dan, and Taylor Swift is me. So I went into the bathroom. I ran into the bathroom, and Big Lebowski was like, "No, wait, don't leave me. Everybody else leaves me."
Oh, I gotta use the bathroom.
I
Gotta use the bathroom.
the bathroom. And I went,
Uncle Frank. Uncle Frank.
Called Officer Frank. And I said, "Officer Frank." And Officer Frank's like, "What do you want now?" "What do you want now?" And I said, "Officer Frank, you know Big Lebowski is a sex offender?" And he was like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Well, why didn't you tell me?" And he said, "Well, it wasn't relevant."
It wasn't relevant.
And I said, "Yes, it is relevant. I'm alone in this man's house right now. I was alone in his car. You've got to tell me when people are sex offenders." And Officer Frank was like, "Dan, I mean, I'm sorry, but this really didn't seem like it was relevant to the case. And I have a feeling that what he did may have some relevance to the case." And then he said, "I'm sorry, I have been having a lot to drink, so I gotta go." And then I heard Officer Frank's wife in the background go like, "Are you talking to that girl again?" And he said, "Honey, no, I'm not." And then the phone hung up. So I was like, oh my God. Once again, now I am all on my own out here. So I exited the bathroom, and I went back out, and Big Lebowski was crying still. And so I said, "All right, you have 30 seconds to convince me why I should stay in this house and not immediately grab a shotgun and blow your damn head off." And he said, "It was a misunderstanding." And I was like, "Oh, really? What was the misunderstanding? You thought that,
Alright, we have to build something here, so let's jump in a testing world.
Sorry, happy boys are affecting me. I said, "Well, what do you mean you thought what?" And Big Lebowski said, "So, I The reason that I left Elmo
Should we build this?
was because Big Red
It's not, like, completely done, but...
convinced everyone at the station that I had diddled
We diddled.
one of the child actors. And I said, "But you didn't do that?" And he said, "No, I didn't." But Big Red told everybody that I did, and told the police, and he fabricated evidence so that I would be indebted to him forever, because I wouldn't be able to get a job. That's why I had to move out in the middle of the desert, because there's nowhere else that I can find an apartment. Can't live in Los Angeles, you know, because Los Angeles famously does not legally allow sex
Famously.
offenders to live there. Did you know that? And I said, "But why would he do something like that?"
Yeah, we could
And he
build
said,
this, but
"Because
it's just gonna... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
made
7,
the
8, 9,
mistake
10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
of trying to become his friend."
28, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30,
you
31,
locked
32,
the
30,
car
34
twice, Max. Not
blocks.
to keep honking you.
We need to clear space out first.
So I said, "Okay, I'm listening. Would you all mind speaking a little more into my breasts?" And he said, so when I met Big Red, he was very,
Oh, what did I say?
and like,
Oh my gosh, how many blocks was it?
and,
28, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34 blocks. 34.
from his wife.
34 blocks.
Never wanted to see him again. He had gotten fired from his job.
So, 1, 2... Oh my gosh.
He was a nice guy, you know? He was fun. He was fun to be around. He was my best friend, you know? I mean, we would drink together and we would go do stuff together, and it was just so nice, because you know, back then, I don't know what happened. Maybe he hit his head real hard or something, or maybe he, I don't know. But it was like overnight, all of a sudden he switched and became evil. And I don't know what caused it, because
So we just have to clear this out. We can do that.
all of a sudden, you know, he started acting like totally
We need dirt
person.
anyways for terraforming.
Started being very mean to me. He started experimenting with crime. Thought that was Big Red, sorry. And so he started experimenting, you know, with small things first, drug dealing. But then he escalated to armed robbery. You know, so he would mug people. He would rob banks. Violence, crimes. And one day I was like, "Big Red, what are you doing? You're gonna ruin your life doing this." What I don't understand why you want to do this stuff. Why do you want to hurt people? And I'll never forget the night that he just looked at me and he said,
Because it's fun.
"Because it's fun." And so it got to a point where I was very uncomfortable being around him, and I was uncomfortable, you know, enabling him. So I said, "All right, Big Red, I've really enjoyed our friendship, but you're going off the rails. You're becoming a person who I cannot endorse. I have to start over. I'm quitting Elmo, and I'm moving to Los Angeles. And I'm going to start a new life." bags. The very next morning, I go to the airport. TSA stops me and says, "Sir, excuse me. Would you mind talking to us for a second?" I was like, "Yeah, sure. I'm sure. What's going on?" They put my hands behind my back, clicked the cuffs together. I said, "You're under arrest." And I said, "What did I do?" And he read the charges. And it was the most heinous possible crime that a person could ever do. And of course I denied it. Of course I said, "I didn't do this. I don't know what you're talking about." But everybody says that when they get arrested. Eventually, I cut a deal. Nobody and nothing. I begged for money on the side of the road. Got on a Greyhound bus and came out to Los Angeles.
Is my family doing anything? Probably not. They're probably in bed now. They probably watched the New Year's ball, and there's probably some stupid gay person kissing in front of it, like there always is.
And I got woken up by a coin that somebody flicked right onto the top of my head. And I was like, "Yay, thanks." Then I got a splash in the face with some liquid. And I looked up, and it was Big Red.
It was Big
Smiling
Red.
down at me like the devil.
Parents just went to sleep while the dogs were too scared to go to the bathroom. Oh my gosh.
And I said, "Red, that's ain't even yours. What the hell's going on?" He said, "Get up.
You work for me now.
You work for me now." That's it. That's the story. How I met Big Red. And
My gosh.
he's the type of guy where the only way that I'll be free from him
So when I'm dead.
is when I'm in my coffin. But until then, you know.
Did you watch
I'm a
this
sex
before?
offender for life.
Yes, I watched it before.
I have nothing to my name. I have no one. He owns me.
I've watched every single one of his videos, so I have nothing left. I binged every single one in the hospital.
I looked at Big Lebowski and I was like,
I completely know the lore of Dan Henschel.
"That's heavy. That's heavy stuff." Okay, what's going on here? There's some weird turn happening here. Guys, what are you doing?
Like how the green goober was a front for drugs, just a bunch of random stuff. Oh. It ended. Lord Finkelstein. What do I listen to? What do I watch? Yeah, why not? Oh. Alright, this should be big enough. I still believe in your love. I just don't care what you've done in your life. Alright, I'd like to make this building grandiose somewhat. Alright, so we have the space necessary. Now we just need to wrap up the build. Glass panes would probably look a lot better. I always forget to use panes. Always use blocks. Where did the panes go? Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, the panes definitely look better. We'll do that when we build it. Breaking the blocks mess with the bit rate. Yeah, I know. Is there anything we could add to this? I'll fly with you. Nah, that doesn't match. Everything and everyone, I always dream of you all by my side. Where is the stupid blocks? Oh my gosh. I passed them. Oh my, okay, they're under here, right? Yes, they are.
got some problems, but I don't wanna leave her. And every time I see her, she makes me get this feeling. It feels just like I'm dreaming. Takes me higher than the ceiling. I know this pretty sea girl, I wish you could have seen her. I know she got some problems, but I don't wanna leave her. And every time I see her, she makes me get this feeling. It feels just like I'm dreaming. Takes me higher than
What?
the ceiling.
You don't like my music taste?
Every time she's near, I can't help but stare. Got her on the other side, I can't lie. That's what makes me think I can't hide. Yeah, I just wanna call her. She makes me crazy, lost my mind right when I saw her. And when I go to sleep at night, my thoughts are all about her. I don't know what I would do if I lived life without her. Yeah, I don't want nobody else. Saw her and I swear it fell so hard that I can't get up. I know this pretty sea girl, I wish you could have seen her. I know she got some problems, but I don't wanna leave her. And every time I see her, she makes me get this feeling. It feels just like I'm dreaming. Takes me higher than the ceiling. I know this pretty sea girl, I wish you could have seen her. I know she got some problems, but I don't wanna leave her. And every time I see her, she makes me get this feeling. It feels just like I'm dreaming. Takes me higher than the ceiling.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I changed it on accident. Gosh dang it. Whatever. What do we play now? I know what I have to play. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, no wonder my stomach hurts. I drank, like, all of this soda. Goodness me. Play Sabaton? We could do that. No, it's sugar-free soda. What'd you think? Of course it's sugar-free soda. Hi, Nathan. Welcome back. Nah, this tree is terrible. You know, we'll deal with the custom trees when we get there. Home of the holy, wait in the way of the sword. Go and tell the story. I don't have an insulin pump, but I have a monitor. Degradation, inflation, capitulation, annihilation, public condemnation, inflation, heaven is your destination. Degradation, meditation, capitulation, annihilation. From the Lord, from the home of the holy, from the grace of the light of the soul, from the tongue of story. The sides aren't really going to be seen, and the back isn't going to be seen. Look, man, I'm already struggling enough having this stupid thing inside me because this completely contradicts my purist ideology. So it's already been rough. You don't gotta make it worse. You don't gotta make it worse. Nathan's like, sorry. It's not that bad, but I still don't like it. I won't joke about that. No, you're good, Nathan. You're fine. I wasn't offended. Don't worry. Well, no, the thing is, the back won't be seen, Nathan.
are passing by, as the dead are piling high. No escape and no salvation. Trenches to explosive halls are buried deep beneath the walls. Let the charges in and watch the streets in fear. Desperation, desperation is a desperate race against the mind. And a race against time that the winged stars ride. Coming down the mountainside. That the winged stars ride. Coming down, we turn the tide. Cannonballs are coming down from the sky. Janissaries, are you ready to die? We will sit on your side for a night.
I don't know if I like this.
You'll be stopped upon the steps of our gate. On this hill you're only facing your hate. And upon the sun sealing your fate.
Um, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my gosh. That's 8. Huh. Uh, what is this build? It's most likely going to be used as my chest monster, my storage building / government building. I just need a building that I can operate out of when I build my bigger base area without having to go through a nether portal 5 million times to get to my underground base. I'm just thinking right now. Alright. I don't really want there to be windows, so if we could just like... we could make a pattern instead. Maybe. How can I texture this wall? That just looks weird. We could just do generic windows like this, I guess. I would definitely have enough space to just block them out. That's probably what we're going to go with right there. Oh yeah, Chase was streaming. Look at that. Anything I can watch? Anything? Hmm. Hmm. Don't want to watch Asmongold. Not on the stream. I don't know. I really don't know. More Dan Henschel.
Okay, everybody get excited. This is a very big day in the Henschel fandom because it is the debut of the Forest Green Goober, the long-awaited new character, the Forest Green Goober. The Forest Green Goober is the arch nemesis of the regular Green Goober. They're different because the Forest Green Goober has a forest green face and the regular Green Goober has a lime green face. The Green Goober, if you have not been keeping up with the lore, is an entity that I saw while I was unconscious during a near-death experience, who encouraged me to pull through. And when I came to, I went to a costume shop and I dressed up as my approximation of the Green Goober. So the key there is that the Green Goober is sort of a metaphysical entity, right? This is the Forest Green Goober, but the Green Goober that you see in the videos, that is my physical interpretation of a metaphysical concept, right? So it's not really the Green
Oh,
Goober. It's sort of
goodness.
like my attempt to it's a physical manifestation of the Green Goober, but the actual Green Goober is a metaphysical entity. Nevertheless, the Forest Green Goober, I sort of was thinking about it as there's sort of a yin and a yang to everything. So the Forest Green Goober is, but also I wouldn't say that it's, I wouldn't say that it's as simple as the Forest Green Goober is evil, because I don't really believe in things like good and evil. I think that everything's gray and morality is. So, okay, sorry, all right, so the regular Green Goober, the me that was dressed as the regular Green Goober, ended up getting involved in the French Mafia, and it's, in my, the way that I looked at it was, the Green Goober, became a hitman for the French Mafia. I didn't really continue with that storyline because it didn't really seem like anybody gave a shit. That's what I think you guys need to remember, is that if you don't say that you like something, I'm not gonna know. So it was just like, all right, well, moving on, I guess. And then all of a sudden, everybody's like, oh my gosh, we love the Green Goober. Like, well, when the hell did any of you say that? Because you have to remember that if all I know is what I see. Now, and all I see on my YouTube studio is the graph that goes down. I feel like for the past couple months I've just been sucking my own cock on the side of Hollywood Boulevard, spinning around and around in a circle, and then everybody's on their way to the Funko Pop store, and they are like, oh wow, look at that guy, and then they keep going, you know? And so if you just all right, I'm sorry. I also want to apologize for my remarks on veterans that I made the other day in my video, Sergeant Salmon 10 Hut. You know, I said a lot. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I do. I don't support the military-industrial complex, and I don't think that if you join the military just because, you know, you're like, oh, I wanted health care, you know, I don't think that excuses you from the bloodshed. Anyway, I'm sorry, I might as well just, I should not, I need to listen to Eddie and not attempt to discuss things with any nuance or intelligence, and I need to just lie and make up stuff. If I'm going to be famous and I'm going to be successful, I need to just shut up and dance like a dancing monkey. So that's what I'm trying to do. Monkey dancing, Forest Green Goober. I don't know what else to say. That's all. I mean, I guess, did I finish? All right, yeah, French Mafia. Forest Green fucking Goober. And I'll say this. You know, you're lucky because I was originally thinking I was going to have to wait until the fall to debut the Forest Green Goober because it's very hot and it's extremely hot in this costume. It's a really cheap Chinese. Not that there's anything wrong with being Chinese, but it's just, you know, it's synthetic material. It's cheaply made, you know. So it's not very breathable. So like in this car right now, I'm very, even though it's overcast and I think it's like 64, it's still very, very hot. So if you imagine, you know, it's been very sunny and hot in LA. It's been 100 degrees every single day, and with the beating sun down, you know, so I was thinking, well, there's no chance in hell I'm going to be able to sit in my car at all, let alone dress as the Forest Green Goober. So it was really made to be, I guess, because today, you know, I posted the video about Sergeant Salmon 10 Hot, and everybody was like, oh my gosh, you have to do the Forest Green Goober, please do the Forest Green Goober. I'm like, all right, I guess, but I don't know. I mean, you know, you're really weather dependent more so than a lot of my other bits are, you know. But today, it's very cloudy and disgusting and horrible, so I figured that was the perfect weather to do.
My blood sugar's kind of low-ish. You know what? I won't eat these now. I'll wait until it gets really low. Maybe before I go to bed, I'll eat them. Not right now, though.
I hate this. I hate every second of this.
Me too, Dan Henschel. Me too.
And it's not even like I just have to suffer through it, you know, to get to something good. It's like this
3,
is
4, 5.
You know, I see people in my comments all the time saying, "Oh my gosh, you know, you're so talented. You should be you should stop doing YouTube and you should be an actor. You should be a director. You should go into the movies or you should make a movie." And I'm always like, I'm reading those and I'm like, what do you think this is? There's no fucking Indeed for the entertainment industry. You don't get to it. You don't. It's not like I'm sitting here being like, you know what? You're right. I really should stop doing the Forest Green Goober and I should be
the Forest Green Goober.
Film Festival. This is the only. This is the only viable pathway into the entertainment industry. I hope you all realize that. This is the only, you know, that used to be 10 years ago. You could maybe even 10 years ago when I first was thinking about moving out to LA, it was like there's maybe, you know, you could maybe get a job as a PA, you can maybe get a job as an assistant, and then maybe you can work your way up from there. But then that completely, after COVID, after the strike, everybody stopped watching movies and television. Now everybody just watches the fucking internet, and everybody watches mindless garbage. So I basically just had to be like, well, if you want to be a part of the new, you know, the new entertainment, what would you call it? The new school of entertainment. Then you've got to follow where people's eyeballs are going, and unfortunately, people's eyeballs are going to fucking slop. That sucks. So that's why I'm in my car. You know, I walked out of my
18.
apartment the other day dressed as the Green Goober. This is the Forest Green Goober, but I was dressed as the regular Green Goober. And my landlord saw me and laughed in my face and was like, "Oh my gosh, what are you doing? Are you heading to a kid's, a kid's birthday party or something?" And I was like, "No, I'm going to sit in my car in a parking lot of a dentist office alone and film myself with a phone. That's what I'm doing today, in this costume. Because this is the only viable pathway for people who are entertainers." And if you're, I want you to know something. If you're watching my videos with contempt because you're thinking, well, I could never stoop to that level, I'm going to become a cinematographer or something. No, you ain't, honey. You're going to be doing this shit. Or you're going to be working at Kmart. Anyway, the Forest Green Goober is the yang to the yin of the regular Green Goober. Now, that's not to say that he is evil, like I said, because he's not. And I don't think I don't think that it's completely black and white in that sense. The storyline that I was trying to set up with the regular Green Goober that I abandoned because nobody cared was sort of that he was starting to become he was getting involved with the French mafia, but he was having a little bit of a morality crisis, right? Because he was getting these jobs to kill people. I don't know if I can say. I don't want to get demonetized again. They'll demonetize me for having a Frank Sinatra song playing on a loudspeaker a half mile away. So God only knows what the fuck. The Green Goober, I was trying to set up sort of a I don't know, he was eventually going to start having a little bit of a crisis of morality, but also he wasn't really going to have a choice because he was in the mafia, anyway. And so when I think about the Forest Green Goober and what he represents, for the sort of pathos of what I'm trying to create here, it's kind of like, remember what I said, the yang and the yin, right? It's not necessarily that good and evil are the opposing forces that balance each other. Sometimes it can be, one who wants to do the right thing but is afraid. The Green Goober one could think of as someone who is so desperate to do the right thing that he ends up doing the wrong thing, right? And then the yin to that could be someone who I don't know. I still got to workshop this, honestly, and a lot of it is partly trying just to see what people resonate with. So a lot of this journey, I want you to tell me what you think. What dramatically interests you about the Forest Green Goober and the Green Goober, because I don't fucking know. I have no clue. I don't know what you all see in this. But whatever. Anyway. I hope that's enough for I hope how long have we been recording? 12. Oh, 12 minutes. That's not bad. Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's all for today. The Forest
It's
Green
very
Goober.
peaceful, yes.
I hope you're able to see the goob horn. Can you see the goob horn?
Oh gosh.
morning, everyone. It's the Green Goober. Goop, 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 goop. Today we are going on a very, very special goob venture. So fasten your seatbelts, which I've already done, and get ready for the ride of your life, because we are running errands for the French Mafia. Specifically, we're running errands for the father of my friend Pierre Lefort, Monsieur Lefort, who, now, I'll be honest, this is kind of a clickbait title because I don't know for sure that he's in the French Mafia, but I would be, I wasn't born yesterday, and I've noticed a lot of things that just have, you know, I don't know, given me that indication. So, lucky for you, I already did errand number 1, which was go to the dentist and get the thing.
The thing.
I have everything that we need to do today written down here in my Moleskine notebook. Now, Monsieur Lefort said that I had to make it illegible in order to be able to write it down. So you're not going to be able to read any of it, but I know exactly what I wrote. That's a little trick that I used to do when I was an angsty teenager. I used to write down horrible, heinous things in my notebook, but I would make them, so it was sort of like my little code. I don't know if any of you have ever done that. So, number 1, go to the dentist, which I put in quotation marks, because I thought it was going to be like some mob nickname, but apparently it was an actual dentist, because it was a dentist office, and it was a guy who had a patient, and he was like, you know, sitting in the chair. And I said, hey, and I was dressed as the Green Goober, which I also is the reason, there is a reason why I'm dressed as the Green Goober, which I'll explain in a minute. And he gave me Thing 1, and I was kind of nervous because I was worried that it was going to be Thing 1 from Dr. Seuss, you know, and I've already got kind of a thin rod this morning, so I was worried that I was going to have a little person in the back seat, who there's nothing wrong with little people, but I was worried I was going to have a little person in the back seat going like, which really would have warned my patience. I have a thin rod, like I said. So anyway, I went to the dentist and got Thing 1, which I'm not allowed to show on camera. Thing 1. So take a wild guess what it is. It's a cheesecake. No, it's not actually, but Eddie, maybe blur the bag.
Eddie
No,
never
you don't
gets
have
it
to,
either.
Eddie. Never mind, because Cheesecake Factory is good, so I don't mind giving them a little, you know, advertising. So we went to the dentist and we got the thing. I guess I should cross out the quotation marks because it was an actual dentist. Next is, I can't really read this. I think that says toddler Jen. Oh, follow Jean. Yes, follow Jean, which is our next order of business, and we got to get moving because time is of the essence here, and it's rush hour, so we're going to be stuck in effing rush hour traffic, which I'm not excited about, but that'll mean that we have plenty of time to shoot the breeze together. And I'm sorry, I cannot, this fucking stupid Goober head, I cannot read when I'm driving because the Goob horn gets caught on the ceiling of when I'm moving my head around, you know, to do over the shoulder look or what have you, and so the Goob horn gets stuck on the felt of the roof, and then it's sort of like my head stays in the helmet or the headpiece and then rotates in the helmet. It's just a disaster, and then it smears the face paint all over my face. So unfortunately, I cannot wear the Goob helmet, the Goob head, while I'm driving. But don't let me forget to put it back on when we go to Jean, because that's very important for the basically. The whole reason why I have, and I realized the other day I haven't actually made a Green Goober video on YouTube. The whole reason why I have to wear the Green Goober outfit is to protect my anonymity, because apparently that's something that's really important to the Lefebvre dynasty. I don't know what you would call it. Again, not a crime family. I don't want to throw out any accusations because I don't know. You know, I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum for how they make their money, because while we're all trying to do at the end of the day is just pay our bills. You know, so my pet peeve. I have a couple of pet peeves. One of them is when people pull up to the stop sign and they act like they've never seen a stop sign before in their entire lives. And they just sit there and they're like, oh my God, what do I do? Oh! You go in the order that you stopped. I'm sorry. I'm trying really hard to have a positive attitude this morning. I hate the rain. That's why I live in LA. So I thought that it wouldn't be a problem, but it is all the time. It rains like 5 days out of the year. It kind of stopped raining now, actually. It's a May Gray Day, classic May Gray Day, which is a reference to the marine layer phenomenon, which is particularly bad in May and June. So sometimes, okay, we can go. There's nobody there. May Gray. Oh, I guess there was a pedestrian crossing. Sorry. Good thing I didn't honk. Okay, somebody's just stopped in the middle of the road. That's great. You know, the most dangerous thing about driving when it rains in LA is not the rain. It's the other people who don't know how to drive in the rain. For some reason, everybody freaks the fuck out. And I always just want to say, this is a PSA. If you live in Los Angeles and you don't drive in the rain a lot, you drive normally. You drive the same that you would if it was dry. You're just a little bit more careful. A little bit more. I would say you should be 10% more careful driving in the rain than you are driving normally. So, you know, go a little slower. Be mindful of the fact that if you have to stop, you're going to hydroplane possibly. So try not to stop, I guess, is my biggest advice. You don't have to drive like little old Miss Granny Pants. Anyway, so you're probably wondering how I got in this situation, right? You're probably wondering how I got in this situation. That's an old movie joke. You know, sometimes I don't know if you've ever seen a movie where it goes like skirt or like when it's like the stopping record. And it says, you're probably wondering how I got it. Like, it freezes, like, skirt! You're probably wondering how I got in this situation. And it's like a guy, you know, with I don't know, pancakes on his head or something. So you're probably wondering how I got in this situation. Basically, Pierre, oh my, you fuck! Sorry. There's a guy in the middle of the road with a shopping cart full of cans. Par for the course. Okay, so...
Yep, Gil, I am still streaming.
Okay.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm kind of trying to keep track of everything that I've said so far in this video. I have a friend named Pierre Lefebvre, who some of you probably follow on Twitter. He's into filmmaking and film crap. He also has been working with me on a documentary, and so I would consider us friends. You know, I would consider us pretty good friends. Pierre and I, you know, when you're friends with someone, I think that, you know, certainly probably in some more conservative cultures we would be considered gay, but not in my culture, not in the world I'm living in. I don't know if any of you have ever seen that. That's a reaction gif. That it says, not, you know, it's Laura Dern, who was in Jurassic Park. And she's like, not in my world, not where I'm living in, not in my not in the world I'm living in. And it's just supposed to be like, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm not in the world I'm living in, you know. But basically, you know, I explained in a previous video, sorry, if you ever get just like a really, really, really intense surge of self-hatred that just feels like your entire body is like pulsing, one of those just happened. But I've learned to kind of just, you know, let them come and then pass. And keep doing what you're doing. Don't stop doing what you're doing, Dan. Just keep doing what you're doing. It too shall pass. I'm doing it. Sorry, I wanted to make the yellow light. It's getting hot in here. How the hell is it getting hot? This stupid goober costume. I think Monsieur Lafaux just puts me in it because he wants to fucking jerk off to it. Which it would be ironic considering his regressive attitude towards human sexuality. Basically, I was over Pierre Lafaux's house, and you know, when you're with your guy friends, you know, you I don't know, when you're with your guy friends and you're doing stuff, you know, I was saying goodbye because I was about to leave.
Oh my
So I was saying goodbye
gosh.
here.
Oh,
And,
kill yourself.
Monsieur, who is his father, walked by at a moment where I can understand why he probably was confused about what was going on, and I didn't have time to explain what was
Oh, thank
actually
goodness.
happening.
Holy moly.
Explain, no, I'm not gay. You know, I'm not. This is not what it looks like. Because he just had I get it. He's protective. You know, so.
That is why we have
He was
knockback.
trying to protect his son. So he
Okay,
got
what were
a
we doing?
gun.
Lighting
I don't
this
think I'm
area
supposed to say
up.
gun in YouTube videos. He pulled out his blank. Well, that doesn't really sound good either. He pulled out a weapon. And he started chasing me to my car. And I was trying to say, no, you don't understand, I'm not gay, you know, this is not what it looks like, no homo, you know, no homo. I don't know if anybody says that anymore.
No homo.
I got in my car and sped away, and I thought that was going to be the end of it. Then I see his car, he's following me in his car, and he's shooting out the window of his car. So I'm sort of trying to, like, you know, get out of the way. And it was rush hour at the time, which I was trying to avoid leaving at rush hour, so I was that was not normally when I would have left and gone on the road, but because he was chasing me with a gun. Sorry, a thing. I had to, I didn't really have a choice. So I got on the 101, which was completely jammed.
How do you make shelves?
Monsieur was about 3 cars behind me. And he was, you know, firing into, and all the bullets were going like, bing, and hitting.
How the heck do you make shelves?
I think he hit a coyote. I don't know if it was somebody's dog or what, but eventually, I think he got sick.
Those
of
things are
sitting in
expensive.
traffic, because it was standstill traffic. I mean, we were not going anywhere. And if you've ever gotten on the 101, you know, in the middle of rush hour, you'll know what I'm talking about. So he just exited off the freeway and went back home, I guess. So after that, a little incident, I sort of said, I was a little concerned, you know, because he seemed very upset. And I was worried that he was going to try to retaliate in some way or finish the job. So I described a lot of the next part of the story in my video entitled, Pierre's dad
I mono it?
came
What?
to my house with a machete.
What's that mean?
Basically, Pierre's dad came to my house with a machete. And I'll do a very, very quick recap of that video in case you don't want to go back and watch that. He was my roommate. I had sort of
You know it. No.
goaded him
No, I
into
don't.
shaving his head and his eyebrows so that he would resemble me.
Dumb autocorrect.
Because I told him he would look good. He didn't. And so that way it sort of was like I had
Luckily, I have a lot of freaking wood,
doppelganger
so...
who was sort of going around and could maybe pass as me, because I had a fit. Pierre called me and warned me and said, hey, he's going to come to your house. So, and I said, well, when's he going to come? And he said, I don't know. He's just going to show up and you're going to have to deal with it. Thankfully, he ended up killing my roommate because he thought he was me. So I thought the situation was over. I have been working part-time at a coffee shop.
Wait a minute.
And he came into the
No.
coffee shop one
No,
day
I screwed
and
up.
asked for coffee, and then
Oh,
he
no.
recognized me, pulled out his gun again, shot everybody
How did I
in the
screw up
coffee
this
shop.
bad?
Well, not everybody, but he might as well have. He shot all the cool people. And he also shot the milk
No.
walker.
How did I screw up this bad?
So,
How did I screw
they
up
had
this
to
bad?
go
Oh
out
my
of business,
gosh.
partially because the owner was shot, but also because they didn't have a milk frother. And apparently those are really expensive, so it's not like they could just get a new milk frother. So.
Oh, I screwed up so bad.
And then, what happened next? Oh, so I tried to set up,
Dan is very distracting.
I wanted to make everything simpatico, you know. So I said, listen, what do I have to do to sort of end this situation? What do I have to do to make sure that I don't have to worry about this happening again? Because this is very stressful. You know, the idea thinking that, like, I'm probably...
Or no, wait a minute.
Crazy French guy is going to be following me around.
No, I made it too small.
I already deal with enough anxiety in normal everyday life. So I cannot have this happening too, because that's just going to set me over the edge.
Or I made it too big, not small.
I say that, I have noticed that a lot of times when things that are actually bad start to happen to me, I'm cool as a cucumber. It's only when I'm dealing with normal life, you know, that things, that I have anxiety, which I would consider above average. You know, trying to ask for ketchup at the diner, I start having a panic attack. But when a French guy is chasing me in a car with a gun, shooting at me, I really, honestly, I mean, I was kind of amazed, because I was not, I mean, I was scared, but I also was like, well, at least this is something to do. It's killing time, you know. So anyway, we're going into, man, it's really raining today. We're going to a place called Rancho San Rafael, which is where Jean lives. And also, hopefully, I'm going to get a chance to use the restroom at his house, because I have to use the restroom. And we also have to get the thing.
The thing.
Thing 2. And I'm assuming we're going to have to use thing 1 to get thing 2. I'm not totally sure. We're just kind of playing it by ear here. Thing 1. And I'm surprised, I mean, because this is a pretty nice neighborhood, so clearly, I mean, you kind of have to be a millionaire to own any house in California, but clearly he's doing well for himself, you know. Joel, I mean, I also wonder, you know, not that I'm gonna do anything. Well, actually, you know what? Ugh. Did I even bring my AirPods? No. Shit. Alright, I need to make a... Hang on a minute. I need to make a self-critical. Because I'm unclear on the instructions. Alright, bear with me, folks. Sorry.
Wait a minute.
Hey, Monsieur. I just had a quick question. I'm at Jean's house, and I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do. Because I know that you said talk to him and get thing 2, but I don't really know what that means. And so I'm sorry if maybe you did explain it and I just didn't understand. But if you could give me a call back and just clarify that. Okay, see you later. Okay, well, alright. Oh, I don't want to do this. It's just so wet and gross. Alright. Let's get goobed up. I don't want to do any of this.
Goobing up, yes sir.
Oh.
My gosh. Me too, Dan. Me too.
Hi. deed is done. And we got what I assume is thing 1, or thing 2. Let's see, I just want to see what it is. If I'm doing all this, I hope I get to see what it is.
Okay, I see.
It's a bunch of kava tinctures. There's like 100 in here. Look at this. Look at that. Odd. Well, all right. Jean, rest in peace. We hardly knew ya. Wonder if I could ask if I could live in his house now. It seemed like he might have. It seemed like some other people might live there. He had some. There were some, children's toys. Okay. All right. Well. All right. Let's go. Next, we have to, sorry, I'm just sort of, I don't know. I know it's not a big deal, but, I don't know. Okay, sorry. I am fine. This is what you have to do when you are in the big leagues. And it is totally fine, because I think that he was an asshole anyway, you know? I think that he was a jerk. Oh shit. Hang on. I'm sorry. Monsieur is calling me back.
Monsieur is calling him back.
Hello? Yes, hello, Monsieur. How are you doing this morning? Don't kill him.
Don't kill him.
Don't as in do not. Okay. Okay.
Oh, he messed up.
No.
He messed up.
All right. Yeah, I got the thing too. Yeah, I'm coming over now. Yes, I am going to stop at Whole Foods. And is there anything else that you want? Okay. Well, I'll see you later.
Oh, he done messed up. Oh, he done messed up.
Oh well.
Oh well. Oh no.
These mob guys anyway, it's like, God only knows what's going to happen. Like, who's to say that I even was the one that did that? It's just a hazard of the
This is
job.
why you can't do in cheat mode. I'm not cheating, I'm just making sure the build I'm building is gonna look nice.
Well.
He just ended it. Oh man.
Okay, so first, I really do just want to apologize, because this thing happens to me a lot where I will be speaking and in my head, while I'm saying things, I think that I am saying normal things at a normal volume that are pleasant and kind. And I'll leave the interaction or the situation. I'll be like, oh, that went well. And then later on, I'll realize whether it's because I filmed myself or someone else filmed me and showed it to me that actually I was saying these horrifically abusive things and screaming and yelling and being
Oh my gosh.
extremely aggressive. And I don't know what that is. I'm not sure if that's some form of autism or something, but it's just not. I mean, I apologize because it really is not on purpose. It's really not. And I saw a video on TikTok where there was this guy who was, it's the text on the screen said, oh, every Dan Henschel video. He was screaming and yelling and being like, you're all jerks and I hate all of you and I'm blah, blah, blah. F you, F this. And I was like, oh my gosh, is that what I come across as? That is awful. And so I have to.
Your neck hurts, yeah, my neck hurts too.
I really did not know that that's how I was coming across. I thought that I was a very pleasant and kind person. I really did. And so I want to make a promise to you that I am going to be, from here on out, a normal and nice guy. I thought that that's what I was before, but now I realize that there was some disconnect between my internal perception of what I was saying and the way that it was being received, and it makes me honestly think back to a lot of my past relationships, where I feel like it always felt like I was just cursed, because it was like everybody who I ever fucking date just cries all the time and has a breakdown at the drop of a hat. And it's like, why can't I find somebody who can get their fucking shit together? Sorry. But see, that's a great example, because when I was just saying those things, to me, in my head, it felt like I was saying, what a lovely day we're having, lovely weather today, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they make medication for this. I don't know if I need to go to therapy, but anyway. So, in the last video, I got kidnapped by Big Red and his goonies. His gooners?
Gooners.
His goons. His cronies. I combined goonies and cronies. So his cronies kidnapped me and threw me in the desert into a bag. A nylon bag, but I managed to escape. Just watch the video, okay? The recap is I lived, and it was miraculous, because at every single juncture, everything in the universe was either trying to kill me or not helping me because another person was trying to kill me. So I was walking back up. I had no choice but to walk all the way back up Angeles Forest Highway back to Los Angeles, which took the entire day, But I ended up being grateful for that experience, because I sort of got to just think about, how am I going to get my retribution? What's the best way to sort of go about this in a way that is going to cause maximum pain and harm to Big Red? Again, because he started it, It's not like I just happened to run into this guy and decided that I was going to ruin his life, He started it with me. And you know what I think it is? I think that I am a nice guy. It's just that people push me past the precipice. And then they try to act like victims after. They go, oh my gosh, why are you being so mean to me? And it's like, you
Monsters nearby.
are the one. That is a classic gaslighting technique. If you ever find yourself
Monsters.
in a situation where one person is just calmly, if you're screaming at somebody and you're like, you're a fucking idiot, fuck you, how could you do this to me? And the other person is like, whoa, hey, you're getting a little heated. That is gaslighting. And that is narcissism and sociopathy. And because what you're doing is you're invalidating the other person's emotion, and you are not hearing what they're saying, and you are trying to pretend like they're the aggressor in the situation, even though you were the one who started this. So just keep in mind, I'll apologize for my part of it, but I do think that you have to own up to some of this. So I would really, I can't make you do anything, but I would love to be able to just, scroll through and say, sorry. That would just... lot of times I do read the comments, and so when I read the comments and I see people saying these things that are like, he's a jerk, you know, he's ugly, you know, I hate his videos, he's not funny, it hurts my feelings. So I think that people you know what it is? Maybe people in general could be nicer. How about that? How about I'll be nicer, but everybody else can also join me in my crusade to be nicer. So I was walking through, and honestly it was horrible because it was very high elevation, you know, it was like, oh my gosh, in a car, it's exhausting to even drive this road in a car. So I couldn't imagine what it was going to be like to have to walk the entire thing. And I would stick my thumb out, you know, at hitchhikers, or I'm the hitchhiker. I would stick my thumb out at drivers to see if somebody would pick me up, you know. And this one car stopped and sort of rolled down the window, and it was this old ugly lady. So next. And then I sort of, I mean, you know, because it's no different from Uber. You know, a lot of times if I pull up my Ubers, and if I get a driver who's I just sort of get an icky feeling about them, then I'm like, I'm good. I'll take the next one.
I'll take the next one.
Because I'll be honest with you, a lot of Uber drivers, let me put it this way, people who have to be an Uber driver are also people who have every reason to murder and kill people, if that makes sense. If it's like a Venn diagram, you know, and you know, Uber drivers and murderers, robbers, killers, you know, that it's sort of, I'm not saying that it's two circles on top of each other, but there's some overlap there. I'm just saying it like it is, and that's, you know, so Uber, you know, if you want me to change my mind, then maybe I don't know, $500 gift card.
$500
could be negotiable. Then I'll be happy to get on another video and say all Uber drivers, you know, are sunshine and rainbows and cuddly, you know, dinky bears. But anyway, I was walking up the road. First person tried to stop for me, and I said, "Go, no." Another person stopped, rolled down their window, and it was some guy who looked like he was normal. So I got in and I said, "Hey, how's it going? Why don't you get in the passenger seat and I can drive? I really just want this to be over as quickly as possible. I don't want to talk to you also, because there's nothing I hate worse than when an Uber driver, when you get in the car and the Uber driver's like, hey, how's your day going? I don't know, just like, you know, and they gave you an option to say, no, I don't want to talk to anybody, shut up, in your Uber, but people don't even listen to that anymore. You know, it's like they don't, you know, and so it's just like, you are not a human being. You are doing a service. That's what all these gig workers need to understand, these Uber drivers, these Uber Eats drivers, all these people. You know, I'm not paying you $30 to you know, I'm not paying for an evening with Ralph. I'm paying for my food, or I'm paying to get to a destination. You know, I'm not paying for your thoughts on the economy. I'm not paying for an awkward interaction in a car with an old creep. I'm paying to get to the club. I don't go to clubs, but that's just an example. You know, so shut up and drive, or pick up the food, drop it off at the door. Anyway.
Hi, Crunch. What do you mean log off? No, I'm busy.
I don't know what happened to him. I don't know. That's the thing. See, I'm sort of a creative person, and I'm very kind of like, I think it's an ADHD thing too. When I'm focusing on something, I don't know what else is happening. You know, unless something breaks my concentration, like the trucks that pass me by, or the people
All right, good night, Crunch.
Pass my car and go like, you know, nana boo boo.
Yeah, boo boo.
Other than that, I'm in the zone. So all of a sudden, I looked over and I realized the passenger seat's empty. So I was like, okay, well, problem solved. There, I don't know, but whatever. this isn't a very nice car. I think it was a pretty old car, so I was like, I don't really want this car. I said, but I guess I can just leave it. Leave it somewhere on the side of the road with the keys in it, and then some homeless guy will take it and drive off a cliff so he can put himself out of the misery. Oh my God. So I would be doing a public service. No, I'm sorry. Also, I realized that, you know, in almost every video,
What's wrong
I
with
say
this? What?
something incredibly offensive and derogatory about homeless people. And so I was like, okay, you know, once or twice, fine. But if it's every video,
Hold on a minute.
then there's something going on. So I was like, okay, I think that's an example of something where I need to investigate myself. I need to sort of think about what's you know, just do some interoception. That's a word that not many people use, but it means, you know, interoception is a word that means, you know, when you get a stomach ache, you're not feeling.
How did I screw this up?
There's a sort of pinching sensation in my lower right intestine that is approximately 2 inches away from my diaphragm. You know, you're thinking my stomach hurts. There's a general pain. You know, if your knee gets there's a pain. You're not thinking, oh, my fibromyalgia.
That's where I screwed up.
There's a crack in it. You know, you're thinking my knee hurts. It's sort of these general signals that you get from your physical body. You know, that you don't know exactly what's going on.
The real question is,
if your body sent you specific
which
signals
side
about
did
every
I?
single thing. So if
Oh
your
my
body
gosh.
sent you a very specific pain signal that said your fibromyalgia hurts, and you know, because it's a little 2 meters to the left of your dinky, you know, then you would go crazy. You would lose your mind because you would constantly be picking up all these pain signals from these very specific areas of your body, and you just couldn't live like that. So our brain sort of rounds it out. Our brain sort of shaves off the edges, and our body just sends us.
That's where I screwed up. Oh my gosh.
Your knee hurts, you know, or your stomach hurts, and that can be a little annoying sometimes, but also that's the lesser of two evils, you know, because there's a lot of stuff going on in here, physically speaking. So it's the same now. Okay, think about that. It's the same way with our emotions, because our brain works the exact same way for emotional things. So when we feel sad, or we feel depressed, or when we feel angry in general,
I'm not going to answer him because I'm too lazy.
It's just like, I feel sad. I don't know, you know, because honestly, our brains haven't really caught up to our lifestyles yet. You know, we live a sort of very, very complex, evolved lifestyle in this modern age. You know, we have computers and we have all these things that our ancestors never ever thought that they would ever have. And it was the Industrial Revolution was very, very recent in human history when you compare even the existence of humans in general was very recent. If you look at it in terms of the existence of humans compared to the whole rest of the existence of everything else, you know, we're just if it's a timeline, we're just like right here, we're very small. So we haven't had a lot of time to catch up. We haven't had a lot of, you know, we haven't gotten a lot of software updates yet. We're still buggy, you know. Why am I talking about this? I guess I dropped the guy's car off at the I don't know. I don't even really know what happened. Oh, I guess I was talking. No, I forgot. Well, I dropped the guy's car off, and then I was just thinking, because I was trying to think about what's the best way to get my revenge on Big Red. You know, because right now he probably doesn't know that I'm alive. You know, he probably thinks that his problem is over. And I was looking at his Twitter account, and clearly that was true. So I said, I need to send him a message. Because the thing with bullies is that they are not just going to one day decide that actually they had a change of heart and they wanted to become a nice person out of nowhere. You know, that kind of thing just doesn't happen. They're going to keep doing, it's going to be a repeated cycle, even if they make up some horse shit where they say, oh, actually, you know, I had a change of heart and I'm going to be nice now. You know, they're just making it up because they think that that's what you want to hear. They're just trying to get to the point where they can abuse you more, you know. So I was thinking about this, and I said the only way that I am going to show Big Red, who's boss, is if I assert dominance over him.
Assert dominance.
And I sort of get him, get him to the point where he is at my beckoning call, and so that he knows Big Red ain't in charge no mo. Big Dan is in charge. So, I'm sort of the problem with that is, I can be psychologically intimidating, but as far as physically intimidating, Big Red has an edge over me there just because he's big, and fat. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that physically there's more of him than there is of me, So I said, well, if I can't sort of muscle him out physically, I'm gonna have to use my cunning, and I'm gonna have to sort of devise a scheme that maybe can, I was watching the Discovery Channel one time, and I remember seeing this. I don't remember what animal it was. It was like an ocelot or something. And it was this ocelot was walking around, and eating leaves. And then all of a sudden, this.
Oh my gosh, Nathan joined just to say that.
Something, I don't know. It was, these. There are aliens on our planet. There's a bunch of weird crap. And every time I look at an animal, I'm like, what the hell is that thing? If you look at them for too long, you're just like, huh? It just doesn't make any sense. It's very strange. I don't know if you guys ever have moments like that, but there was just a bird over there, and I was looking at it, and I was like, what the fuck is that thing? We just don't think about that stuff a lot because we're busy, doing our taxes. But anyway, the ocelot was walking around the desert, and all of a sudden, the parasitic, thing.
All right, Corgi. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, man.
And injected itself into the ocelot, and the ocelot was like, and then the parasite grabbed this ocelot and went, and then all of a sudden the ocelot just went.
Alrighty, Corgi. Good night.
Kill, and the narrator was like, this is what happens when I don't know what his name is, David Attenborough or something, but he was like, this is what happens when, the ocelot is parasite. A parasite apparently can inject itself into the animal and sort of take over its brain, and take over its consciousness, and sort of, while this is happening, the ocelot is aware of what's going on. So it's very, very horrific and scary and traumatizing, and then eventually the ocelot just goes crazy until it completely loses its mind and it becomes controlled by the parasite. So I was watching that and I was like, that is great. I need to figure out a way to be able to do that to people because that is exactly what I want. So I was like, well, the only way to really accomplish that as a human being, is to sort of use your emotions and use your psychology, and so you can't necessarily inject your poison into someone, but you can sort of psychologically kind of weasel your way in there, and then once
What in the world? Hold on.
Start messing around. So I was like, very interesting. So then a little later I was watching a Bugs Bunny cartoon, and if you're not familiar, Bugs Bunny is a rabbit who's a cartoon made by Warner Brothers, and he sort of has a carrot, and he's a little rascal, and he's sort of and his catchphrase.
Oh, I'm stupid. Okay.
What's up, Doc? What's up, Doc? I don't know why he says that, but I guess that's something that was considered funny in the 30s. So it was actually, and I will admit, the specific cartoon that I was watching was very triggering for me because Bugs Bunny was getting chased by these goons who looked exactly like the goons who were chasing me. And so I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can watch this, but I'm very glad I did, because there was a scene where Bugs Bunny ran into a department store very quickly, and he went in the dressing room, you know, in his cartoonish ways, and he spun around, and all of a sudden he had a wig and lipstick and a dress on and high heels, you know, and he still looked like Bugs Bunny, but he just, you know, in the cartoonish logic, he went up to the cashier stand, you know, and he started pretending to be the cashier. The goons come running in, you know, and they're like, where's Bugs Bunny? See, we're looking for the rabbit. And Bugs Bunny was like, I don't know, y'all. I'm so sorry. I don't know nothing about no bunny. There ain't no bunny in here. I'm sorry, y'all. So the goons were like, But then they sort of go like, humming, you know, holy moly, you're hot. And then one of the goons is like, say, honey, why don't you come, you know, you want to come on a date with me, you know? And the Bugs Bunny sort of honks his nose, and it's like, honk, and then he takes the wig off, and he's like, you know, eating his carrot, and he's like, you know, I got y'all. And they're like, the rabbit, you know, there goes that rabbit again. But and he runs away, and so I was
crap.
like, that's very interesting. And that was sort of gave me an idea, and I was like, okay, we'll put a pin in that one, you know, for me. So next I realized that I need to get some more information, because I don't really know anything about this Big Red character other than what I have seen and what others have told me about it. So I went to the bar one night, and I didn't go in. You know, I waited outside behind some bushes with my binoculars, and I waited for closing time, because the Big Lebowski was at the bar back. You know, and of course there's like almost nobody in this bar because it's dead. You know, so I think that honestly, you know what I think it is? I think that the bar kind of sucks, and Big Red's not a good businessman, but he sort of was, he's just blaming me. So I was a convenient sort of monument to his failure, that he could sort of blame the failure of his bar and the failure of his business and his bankruptcy and his general impotence on, you know. So at the end of the night, you know, the Big Lebowski comes out the door, and I was thinking that I was just going to I just wanted to get some information, you know, because I have seen in movies this kind of stuff being done. So I come out from the bushes, and I have my little Danny, you know, I don't want to be too specific here, because I'm going to get some problems with the video, but I have my little Danny, and I come up behind the Big Lebowski, and I just go, wham! And I hit him right on the head. And I go, hey, fucker! Tell me about Big Red. Where is he? And he's not answering. So I kick him a little bit, and I say, hey, where's Big Red? He's dead. The Big Lebowski. I mean, so I was like, crap. You know, it's just one of those things where it's like, you don't really, I mean, I don't have a lot of practice with this stuff, you know. So then I'm sort of like freaking out, and that was a whole other thing where I had to fucking get rid of the body. I don't have time for that story right now. But the point is, I was like, okay. Well, I guess what makes more sense, and honestly, I should have just thought about this from the beginning. But you know, hindsight is always 20/20. You don't want a Monday morning quarterback, which means like quarterback on Monday morning is thinking about like, oh, I should have thrown the football this way during the game on Sunday. You know? When in the moment, you know, you're not thinking about where you need to throw the football. You're just sort of like,
Brother, I don't want to type to you. Please.
So you don't want to be like that. So I was like, well, lesson learned. You know. So I went back out behind the bush the next night, and I waited for Big Red to come out of his office. he does. He walks over to his car, and at first I was gonna try to just go, hogs out, go crazy. But then I was like, no, Dan, remember the ocelot. Make this subtle, make this patient, and make this a gradual eroding of his psychological health. His psychological well-being. So I sort of was like creeping up behind him because I'm very slinky, so I'm able to sort of slink around and people can't hear me. So I whispered, I ran behind a bush when he was walking past me and I whispered, Big Red. And he was like, huh? What? Who said that? And I didn't say anything or move. So he was like, huh. And he kept walking. And I did it again. I said, Big Red. And he was like, who is there? Who is that? I was just silent. I didn't say anything. He keeps walking. And I say, you're fat. Which I regret saying. And I just want to be completely open about that now. He is fat, but there's nothing wrong with that. And really, I wasn't saying it to be hurtful. I was just, it's just was the first thing that came to my head. So I was just like, yeah, whatever. I don't know. I said it, and immediately I sort of felt bad. So I was like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Which kind of ruined the moment. And he was like, huh? And I said, forget it. And I just let him go to his car and then got back to my car. And got in the car, and I was honestly like, you know what? Maybe I'm just not cut out for this. Because I can't do anything right. I can't do this whole intimidation game. I feel like a big idiot. And I opened up my phone and I just started scrolling on Instagram. And I scrolled past one of Big Red's. It's this crazy thing where now these social media platforms have the For You page and the algorithm, so they just recommend you stuff out of thin air based on what they think you're going to be interested in. So the For You page showed me one of Big Red's tweets, and he was saying some dumb, uneducated bullshit, I was sort of taken aback because I was like, what? I don't want to see this. This is the man who has tried to kill me. This is the man who repeatedly threatened me. This is the man who almost assaulted me in his office. Why the hell would I want to see this? And then I was like, wait a minute. And I got an idea. So I clicked on Big Red, and I went to his following.
Oh my gosh.
And I saw that Big Red is following like 20 Taylor Swift fan accounts, Taylor Swift update accounts. And I was like, huh. So then I went to Taylor Swift's page, and I scrolled through her comments, and of course, Big Red was in the comments, saying, holy moly, you got a nice rump, or something like that. I love your breasts. So, things like that were sexual in nature. And liking them, of course. And I was like, Big Red, do you think that she's going to read this? Like, do you think that she's going to, what's your plan here? Are you just doing this for you? Are you just doing this as a catharsis for you? But anyway, I was happy because it gave me some good information. So I was like, okay. So then I thought, well, that's the starting place. So I went to the costume shop, and I got a blonde wig that looked like Taylor Swift's hair.
Oh my gosh.
I said, now we're cooking. And I think that's where I'm going to leave it off today.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But we'll see what happens next time on Dan Henschel's Retribution against Big Red. Thanks everybody for watching.
American model in France, because these distinct types of people would just support whatever their self-interest was. As you can see, a lot of these issues as distinct types of French people fighting over authority, and he said that in America, the average person was self-reliant and flexible and responsible enough that he thought it would work because coalitions can open and close without getting stuck in these intractable, almost ethnic differences.
Interesting, because the regions of France had their... did he distinguish between the different types of enlightenment in France and America, or mostly attributed to the different people?
He said that equality was a bigger push in France than America, but he was ultimately concerned that equality would grow more in America.
Regardless of constitutional
yes,
differences.
Because he said equality would cause social atomization and the breakdown of society and religion in the long term, where all of these thinkers had comprehensions that you can't expect a regime to last forever. And so they're looking at the sort of trends over the course of centuries that would erode said society, and they knew one of them would occur, and they're trying to guess which one would. And
ironically, you would be thinking about that more in the beginning because you just experienced this happening. So it's not that weird to think that it'll change again someday, versus when you're in the middle or even the end, you might think it's going to last forever.
Yeah. Another element to that is they were coming from a completely different political philosophy that we've since made taboo. And the core assumption of their political philosophy was whatever social standard you set for the society, you will not see progress beyond it. And what I mean by that is that the reason they supported monarchy was the king is the highest status guy, and so the king has no incentive to undercut anyone above him because he's naturally above everyone else, where the king has a natural incentive to maintain his society because it's his and he has no threat not to. What they said would happen if you have democracy or multiple cadres of leadership, because they were going off Aristotle, and Aristotle divides it into democracy, oligarchy, and monarchy, is that people do not want to pick others who are superior to them, because that's a threat. And so they said that democracies will vote in mediocre candidates because the public would be genuinely scared of someone like Alexander the Great or Frederick the Great, because they're too risky. And so they were operating out of ideas of social responsibility and incentive structures, and that sort of political philosophy became highly taboo after World War I, where if you even mention these ideas in academia, your life is over. Do you have any points on this before I jump to Russia?
Just, I guess, defining the aristocracy is kind of interesting. We talked about that a bit, because we talk about it goes from landed nobility or king to what fills the role of aristocracy today. And I think we settled on it was the university system pumped out basically the leadership class. And even today in DC, there's a huge bias around Ivy League degrees, to where people who are in the system think that that's kind of what they have to do to be accepted, and there's still a bias. That's fading because the Ivy League system's imploding, and it'll be interesting to see what becomes the new system for like vetting elites or maintaining an aristocratic network. But it seems like we're in a transition process with that too.
The original meaning of aristocracy is a Greek term for rule by the best, and this was, of course, made by the aristocrats to say that we as the nobility are the best,
right.
So we should govern. And it's always stuck in this terminology of, do you use the aristocracy to signify a distinct social and legal designation, where in nations like England you have a very small group of nobility who have the title of being nobility, and then you have a huge gentry who are functionally the same as nobility in their lifestyle or power, but they don't have the title. Meanwhile, in nations like Japan or Hungary or France, not France, but Hungary, Japan, Poland, is they bloated the title of the nobility to anyone who can own land. And so it differs by society. But then, if you want to use aristocracy for the ruling class of a society, you would say that the Ivy Leagues are that for America. But you're always stuck with this aristocracy of, are you talking about a specific sort of landed nobility that has the title, or are you talking about a general ruling class? And that depends on the thinker you're dealing with.
Right, and you could see how the French, like de Tocqueville, is aware of the problems of democracy, because the French in the Revolution, they got rid of their aristocracy completely. It was a total inversion. But at the same time, like you said, the landed nobility will claim that they have their position because they're better, but they just aren't. It's just not meritocratic, because you see that over and over again with service in the military or merchants. Like, just, you're never as capable as a noble relative to a competitive environment. So
yeah, in competitive environments, merit beats out the nobility. The issue is that merit-based structures tend to degenerate on a generational basis. So the social incentive structure you're doing with establishing a nobility is, I want to make a multi-generational institution that establishes incentives for excellence, managing the commons, personal nobility, and aesthetic taste in those different things. And several countries in Western Europe really nailed this. The British did, the French did, where they would gradually bring people into the nobility from the meritocratic other classes. The Romans were good at it. If you have a functioning society, it's because you're integrating meritocratic people from the lower classes into the upper classes. And then in a society like Germany, it ossified into a highly distinct caste system, where a nobleman's wife would never talk to a wealthy merchant's wife, because they were different social classes. Wealthy merchants did not get places in the military, where in Germany it ossified into a caste system in a way it didn't in the rest of Europe. And Russia was a really interesting example, where it's simultaneously a combination of a modern total state with a feudal society.
We need
Russia
more.
was distinct from others, where unlike the rest of Europe, where the nobility were from a specific town,
Boop.
and they were from
Go away.
Russia,
Go away. Thank you.
Job that was dependent on you serving for the government. And so if you chose not to work for the government, they would immediately renege your title of nobility, and they'd also move the nobility around the country. So they had no attachment to regional areas. And Russian nobility would write letters to the Tsar referring to themselves as your humble slave. And Russia was the most despotic and autocratic society in the world at the time, although they had gone through a process of reforms. And when de Tocqueville's friend, his name starts with a C, I can't believe I forget it, when he was in Russia, he said that this establishment of nobility and titles and hierarchy for everything, it creates incentives towards lying and deceit and authoritarianism, because your status is determined by having the right blood or pleasing the right people. And so Russia took on this very very backstabbing dynamic, where the Russians would hire significant amounts of foreigners to provide all of the serious roles, because it was widely known that you would be able to get your Russians to work if you basically put a gun up against them, but the second that you could no longer enforce hierarchy directly, you would not be able to get them to do the job or to have quality control or that stuff. So they would rely on Germans or French or British to make the factories or run the bureaucracies or be the military commanders. And the start of the trajectory that led up to the Soviet Union, I'll put it with the Stolypin reforms and the end of serfdom, where Russia lost the Crimean War, which was deeply humiliating in the 1850s, where Russia tried to take out the Turkish Empire through invading through the Balkans, but the British and the French, who were going through the early phases of the Industrial Revolution, which the Russians weren't, they were able to use their technology to push the Russians onto the defensive and attack Crimea and southern Ukraine. And the Russians were so inefficient and broken that they weren't capable of defeating the British and the French on their own turf. They could barely supply their own men. And so after the war, the Russian elite went through this process of transformation and panicking about how do we deal with this. And so one of the things was to get rid of serfdom, which 80% of Russians lived in serfdom, which was a state comparable to Black American slavery, where Russian serfs could be worked all hours of the day. They could be sold to different landlords. They were there for life. They could never leave their lord's land. A master could beat or rape his serfs. It was really a brutal system, and the Russians did a good job of adapting, where Russia very much could have had a revolution in the mid-19th century. That was part of the whole era of the time with 1848. And the Russian elite didn't, which delayed their revolution until World War I, which in some ways was more dangerous, because if they had a revolution in the mid-19th century, it would have been Cossacks, it would have been classical liberals, Russian nationalists. But when you drop your revolution in World War I, that's the peak of popularity for communism. And the reforms set up all of these distinct trajectories that eventually caused the rise of serfdom. Well, one of the things that French writer said is the Russians had become so used to servitude, and they had no mechanism to train them to be free, because being free is a skill that's transmitted culturally, and it stems from being responsible for your own outcomes, having to manage your own life, having an identity distinct from the group. The religion has to further it, the society has to further it. In a society like America, and this is the thing I find really worrying about Gen Z, is being free is a cultural trait that we don't teach anymore. And so in Russia, you had all of these serfs who were no longer attached to their lord. And this was a messier process than a lot of people think. A lot of the serfs got poorer, and there was a situation where some serfs would buy out the land, and then others were stuck in debt for decades. But I ultimately think the end of serfdom was a good decision. And said French writer said that what comes after the death of the czars is something even more authoritarian and cruel than the czars were, which was totally true, where the czars had a secret police of 160 guys, and the second the communists took power, the secret police had 15,000 people, and then they radically expanded it from there. And the communists killed more people in the first year of power than the czars did for the previous century. And I have an interesting side story here where I was reading Fire in the Minds of Men by Billington, which is a history of the origins of the left. And it talks about the revolutionary movement in Tsarist Russia. And it's really fascinating because you could make a video game or a movie about it, where you had these underground cells that were operating across Russia, and the Poles actually introduced revolutionary sentiment into Russia after the Russians conquered Poland, because there was a time in the early 19th century when the Russian Empire had more literate Polish speakers than Russian speakers, and Poland was one of the most loyal supporters of the Napoleonic Empire. And so the Russians built out this network, or the Russian rebels built out this network across a variety of cities. And the political boss of St. Petersburg, he actually kept operations going for decades. And I think about him because this guy in St. Petersburg who faced all of these depredations from the czars, who had constant secret police trying to get him, this one guy was instrumental to the later formation of the Soviet Union because he kept the whole operation going for decades. And if you remove singular figures like that, you would not get the Soviet Union. And it's really fascinating because it was this cat and mouse game where all of these revolutionary associations, they were always worried that they were getting infiltrated by the secret police. So they would have these contacts across Russia where they'll say, operations in Kiev, they just got knocked out by the secret police. Everyone there committed suicide rather than sharing all of their coordinates. And revolutionary culture was a sort of part of Russian society, and it fed into the intellectual culture that ultimately caused the Russian Revolution, where it was a sort of social archetype of the revolutionary. And authors like Chekhov and Dostoevsky and these people, they were part of this broader culture. And it became almost a sort of meme, more than it was actually a political opinion at certain times. And the Tsarist regime was genuinely oppressive, where it had practically no freedom of speech. It was really terrible to the Jews, and the Jews were overrepresented in said revolutionary associations. It practiced serfdom. You'll hear stories of a serf glancing at a noblewoman and making eye contact with her, and then she sends him off to Siberia for punishment. So it was just utter sort of depraved whims.
Yeah, and ironically, it was also Germany pushing a lot of it. There was a weird alliance between like the German establishment, who had an interest from a foreign policy perspective, and then the rebels, they kind of, and the networks they harbored to help communism evolve in the Soviet Union, or in Russia, to undermine Russia. And people kind of sometimes latch on to these things as if they're the kind of reason for the events happening, but as what they're actually doing is they're tapping into an existing vein. If they want to throw off the power in Russia that's either pogroming the Jews or a threat to Germany, then what you do is, I forgot my, you tap into the existing cultural trends for revolution. So like in the U.S., you tap into the things that the foreign governments are funding are things that they're trends, that potential trends that exist within our culture already. That's why everything that Russia might want to fund on the internet, I was talking about 10, 15 years ago, maybe before they even looked into it, to know that those were going to be the political trends to elevate.
Yes. Lenin was based out of Switzerland for years before he was sent back to Russia by the Germans, where he was so politically controversial that he couldn't stay in Russia, and he was an intellectual, and there was a lot of resentment that he went back to Russia, that this intellectual guy who had been abroad just seized control of the Russian Communist Party and drove out from power all of these hard-bitten political bosses who had been doing sort of ground support in Russia for a while. And the Germans did not know what they were doing. They did not see it as a political decision. They saw it as a power decision, where they were at war with Russia, and they thought that Lenin would be this gadfly that would hurt the Russians. They didn't seem to realize that Lenin was one of the great men of the 20th century, that he is one of the singular figures in the 20th century who changed the course of history the most. Because when you're looking at the Russian Revolution, which we'll get to in a little bit, the only reason that worked was due to Lenin, due to his cult of personality, due to his iron will, due to the intellectual terms he developed, and all those different things. And the Kaiser really did not like the communists. Germany, in fact, a year later, or a year or two later, had their own civil war between communist militias and right-wing militias, and then the right-wing militias just killed the communist ones. It was called the Spartacist revolts. But when you're looking at the decades that lead up to the Russian Revolution, people didn't think that Russia would fall until until a lot of the way through World War I, where it was just widely assumed that Russia was this great power that would totally dominate, and the Germans were terrified of the Russians, and part of the reason they started World War I was they assessed that 1916 was the last year they could beat Russia. Because
so it's Thucydides' trap for them.
Yeah, it's one of the most pure examples of a Thucydides trap, where the Russians started the war because they thought the Germans started the war with the Russians because they thought the Russians were industrializing so fast that they needed to, while the British and the French made the same calculation about the Russians. And so British and the French made the same calculation with the Germans. And so it was this layered industrialization Thucydides trap. And there's been a lot of propaganda on this topic where Tsarist Russia has been painted as this evil, tyrannical society, but it did better than the Soviet Union on almost every conceivable metric. It did have secret police, but it had significantly more freedom of thought and freedom of speech than the Soviet Union did, where a lot of the Soviet Union's sort of intellectual prelude was in Russian nihilistic philosophy, where for decades before the rise of the Soviet Union, Russia was going through this nihilistic philosophic trajectory where they took in all of these European ideas, but they didn't have the concept of the individual or liberalism to metabolize them. So there were a variety of factions between people who ultimately became the Soviets, who thought that mankind could just rewrite reality and mankind was capable of becoming a god. That was a popular thread in Russian philosophy. The idea that nothing matters and that life is absurdist, that was really popular.
Those are ironically very related.
They are, yeah, they are. And
if nothing matters, then you can do anything.
Exactly. Another interesting element is that if you were to guess that Russia had a civil war and a regime shift, you would not think the communists would win. You would think the Slavic nationalists would, because that was the biggest current before World War I. And Slavic nationalism had a lot of sort of elements to it, one of which was Eurasianism, the idea that the Russian identity had to be based upon this new Eurasian identity that pulled from the Mongols or Central Asia or the steppe, that Russia had this own distinct mystical civilization that made it distinct from Western civilization, and the Slavs were a unique race with unique abilities that had to separate itself from the West. That was a significantly bigger current among maybe among a lot of Russian intellectuals and the Russian leadership class than communism was. It's just that World War I fried their circuits. And
it took out the whole nationalist thing, and there was no alternative.
Yes. But in any given timeline, you would have probably guessed that if the Tsars fell, that they would be replaced by something like fascists.
And the lack of liberalism and concept of individualism, I was going to say, you could tie that back to the Mongols taking out the Swedish kingdoms, which then ties in perfectly to what you said about the Slavic baseline, which was what determined the structure outside of the Swedish monarchy.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And there was this profound detachment between reality and Russian intellectuals. And it's a society in many ways very similar to France before its revolution, where they had a government that intervened in the economy in a radical sense. They had a lot of economic growth before then, and it was a society where the intellectuals were not integrated with the leadership, where the leadership were sort of reactionary theocrats who couldn't keep up with the current society. So the intellectuals wandered off in their own direction, picked up all of these very silly ideas, and then they caused the Russian Revolution, which in a lot of ways is very parallel to the French Revolution.
You mentioned growth before the revolution?
Yes. So,
yeah, go ahead.
It's a complicated story because on one side, Russia was a great growing titan that looked terrifying on the outside, but on the other, Russia had all of these intractable issues under the surface that blew it out. So as an example, Russia had staggering economic growth for the decades leading up to World War I. It was one of the most rapidly industrializing countries on Earth, but there were a few issues. The first is that this came at the expense of increasing income inequality, where Russia was the most chronically unequal country in Europe at the start of World War I, where they were actually riding the sort of secular cycle wave that slammed into the rest of Europe with the French Revolution, but it was delayed over a century for the Russians due to the colonization of Ukraine and Siberia.
Right, yeah, that enabled them to escape their Malthusian trap pressure.
Yeah. Another thing is that the Russian nobility, the end of serfdom created a lot of issues, one of which is that it destroyed an entire class of nobility who could no longer support themselves when their serfs demanded wages. What these people did was move to the cities, become overeducated, and the Russian economy did not produce enough education-focused jobs for these people, so they had this huge academic elite overproduction, and this very demographic became the big supporters of the communists. It wasn't working class people, it was the sons of the lower tier of nobility and the educated classes who turns to communism, partly as a way to get rid of their guilt from being the children of the landowners, but also because they wanted a system that rewarded their education.
Trust fund academics, where I've ever heard that before.
Exactly. And they became a really sort of cancerous demographic in Russia, and they were present across all of Eastern Europe. They were the people who were involved in the Black Hand that started World War I, the people in the anarchist associations, where Russia had a huge terrorism issue with the anarchists, and the back of this economic growth was driven mostly off foreign capital, where Russia had huge amounts of investments from Britain, France, Germany, even America, where huge Russian industrial facilities were built by Americans. And even into the Soviet Union, American private corporations were supporting the early Soviet growth, where Wall Street firms helped fund the Russian Revolution, and I think even ones like, maybe not Ford, but of that scale, they were helping building plants in Russia, because we forget this, but no one at the time understood how bad the Soviets or Mao or Hitler were. So these people had lots of admirers in the Western world that genuinely sent them help.
That's funny because I just heard Fuentes talking about how the U.S. doesn't need any foreign expertise or even people to train people, no immigrants as we reindustrialize, because the Soviet Union industrialized without any foreigners. And having worked in Asia, I know what it's like, where there's always foreigners, where you're setting up an industry where you don't have the domestic expertise in, which it is our situation now. We're not the cutting edge of a few different ones. But yeah, there were Western foreigners all over the Soviet Union helping set that up. And it's important you mentioned the growth before the Soviet Union, because they take credit for pretty much all the downstream trends of industrialization. Is kind of used as a proof that communism works, because look how much better it was in the czars. Look at this industrialization. But they were building off of that cultural capital and also intersecting with these more advanced technologies that they could copy and paste. So it reminds me of being in Thailand, where I know their monarch has nothing to do with why they have skyscrapers in Bangkok. Right? He's just like a classic line of monarchies monarchs that got hit by the timeline of industrialization. But in Thailand, in these villages, like the king brought them the technology. It came with like the seal of the king. There were visits, there were narratives, there were pictures, and so they think that he's just an amazing king because he look how much he changed their lives. But he was not a unique figure at all. He didn't even really run the government. He wasn't that involved.
Unilaterally, every single thing the Marxists say about this is wrong. They say that that Russia, before the communists, was starving. It wasn't. Russia was Europe's greatest breadbasket. It massively exported food. The starving came with the communists. The czars were doing radically faster economic growth than the communists were, and we ran statistical models on this where under the czars, economic and industrial growth was exponential, and under the Marxists, it was arithmetic. And so under the czars, you had an incentive structure to build these industrial plants and make technological innovations, and there wasn't that incentive under the Marxists. So they would just shove more inputs in, but there was no incentive for exponential growth.
Right, inputs including people.
Yes. And if communism never arose in Russia, Russia would easily be a first world country. It would be wealthy. It would have the former Soviet Union would probably have an extra 100 million people without the communists.
You mean if the Mongols never invaded?
No, if Kerensky, I know that you're making a point.
Yeah.
But if Kerensky had won in the Russian Civil War, because
right,
it was that close, where after World War I started, the Russians fought against the Germans, and that was the bloodiest front of the war. No one remembers the Eastern Front in World War I, but it's significantly, in some ways at least, more brutal than the Western Front. It killed, I forget if the Eastern and the Western Front killed more people, but they both killed a lot. And you gradually saw the weakness of the Russian state. And you saw presages of that with the Russo-Japanese War, where Russia had a little revolution in 1904 due to the failures of the Russo-Japanese War, where the Russian military was just staggeringly inefficient in both wars. And it really tested a lot of faith or respect in the Tsarist system, because they would keep on sending men into battle who had no training and no guns, or not supplying their troops, or having BS regulations where the enemy spies had better comprehensions of the structure of the forts they were in than the Russian officers who were in those forts. And so the Russian people started to lose faith in the Tsars, and part of the way through World War I, it's not really that Russia lost the war, it's that they got so much pressure they fell apart as a society. They could not supply their militaries, they could not feed the people they needed to, and that was the real tipping point, where Russia had two different revolutions, one the October and then the February Revolution, where there was a gradual realization that the Tsars could not keep Russia going through this war. And so the first one was a sort of Pavas coup, where classical liberals installed themselves in power. And Kerensky was the first classical. It's complicated. They had many different regimes, rolling revolutions. So it's not a clean process. But Kerensky got power, and Kerensky's goal was to establish Russia as a classical liberal democracy, much like America. And Russia was that very briefly. And when they had universal suffrage, the average Russian who was a peasant voted in moderate socialist governance based around land reform. And the Bolsheviks, who later took power, they were something that less than 2% of Russia's population. They were truly tiny. And communism was banned in Russia under the Tsars, although funnily enough, they didn't ban the Communist Manifesto because the Russian censors assessed it was too boring to be dangerous.
That's hilarious. I mean, to be fair, that's what I would do if I read a gender studies academic paper, but
Yeah.
those seem to have worked on quite a few people.
And Kerensky, Kerensky was definitely the better player. He wasn't a completely nice guy. He would do stuff like just steal food from the peasants, maintain power fairly brutally. But compared to the Marxists, he was a chocolate cake, and he refused to end the war with Germany, which was the big thing that pissed off the Russian public.
Oh, hi, Gil.
They were tired of the war. Millions
How
of
are you
people had
doing?
died. But to give up the war would mean
I'm getting pretty tired.
the majority of the industrial base of Russia, as well
Getting
as
a little
huge
tired.
territory between Poland,
Not too tired,
and
but a little tired.
Poland, the Baltics, Ukraine, Belarus. And Russia was in this sort of indeterminate place where it didn't know what it was going to do while it was still fighting the war with the Germans. And the Germans made these huge territorial gains when Russian society fell apart. And this is when the Germans chose to drop Lenin in Petrograd, which was the renamed version of St. Petersburg, because St. Petersburg was a German name if they were at war with the Germans. And you can see how much Tsarist society had broken down, that Lenin was operating as a revolutionary in the capital of Tsarist Russia, and they couldn't really taper him down, where he and his crew were throwing out pamphlets, they were openly recruiting, they had operations running across the entire country, and they were waiting for the moment to strike. The sort of thing they discovered was that the average Russian military serviceman was not willing to shoot on rebels because they were so disaffected from the entire system that the military was no longer loyal to the government. And Lenin is one of the, as I said before, very few historic figures who actively carved history himself. And he's very much a Robespierre figure, where both of them were rigid, hyper-intelligent ideologues, where Lenin was predominantly an intellectual, although he also was a great leader, and he was known for writing essays about just the economic implications of Marxism and that stuff. And he had a personal gripe with the Russians. I think he's part Siberian Finno-Ugrian ancestry. I forget if he's part Jewish.
I think his family was, but he wasn't religious.
Yeah.
Yeah, Windows.
His brother, I believe, was thrown in jail by the Tsars unfairly, which radicalized him for the rest of his life. And his dad was a school teacher. And
doing pretty good.
Seized control of the Bolsheviks, and the Bolshevik is a term for majority, because there was a single snapshot where the Bolsheviks had a majority of the Socialist Congress, and they themselves the majority, and then the other party, which normally had way more people, the Mensheviks, they were called the minority. And in a collectivist, consensus-based culture like Russia, saying you're the majority really matters. And Lenin seized control of these different organizations, and he was absolutely brutal. There's been this attempt to rehabilitate Trotsky and Lenin, but both of them were ostensibly monsters who saw human life with total contempt. And the reason Lenin won was he maintained hyper-ideological rigidity and hierarchical structure, where the Bolsheviks, they were a tiny group of leftists who shot dissenters, maintained their internal structure, and they would self-police each other. And so they had a higher degree of in-group cooperation and loyalty than any other faction in Russia at the time. So they seized power at a moment when Russia was in disarray. And so they launched another revolution that seized control of Petrograd and took out Kerensky's government. And the Russian Civil War is kind of a clusterfuck, where part of the reason Lenin was able to take power is that he made peace with the Germans, and that's what the average Russian wanted. Because the average Russian was a peasant who wanted bread and land and peace with the Germans. And Lenin offered all of those things. He offered, I'm going to take care of your material needs. We're going to end the war with the Germans. And so he gave all of the areas of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, including Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, the Baltics, to Germany. And for several years at the end of World War I, Germany treated them as de facto colonies where they were moving in German settlers and taking over the region and establishing governments. Well, the whites, where it was a civil war between the anti-communist whites and then the Reds, or the Soviets, they were, the whites could have won, but they had a crisis of leadership. They had three sort of distinct polarities, with Admiral Kolchak up by the Arctic Sea. You had Admiral Kolchak by the Arctic Sea. You was another admiral by the Black Sea who was known as being rabidly anti-Semitic, where both the communists later on and the whites were anti-Semitic, where he'd go on pogroms across Ukraine. He got a lot of the old Cossacks, who were a free nomad people, on his side, and Ukrainians were also anti-communist, were part of Stalin's plan to genocide the Ukraine stemmed from him knowing in the Russian Revolution that Ukraine had all of these anti-Marxist anarchist groups and peasant groups that rebelled against them, even though Ukraine was also one of the top two spots the communists pulled leadership from. The two geographic regions in the Russian Empire that the most communist leadership were from were either Petrograd or from Ukraine.
And why Ukraine?
Ukrainians they're sort of like the South in America, where they have their own distinct identity, and if the Confederacy won the Civil War, it would be genuinely arguable if they're their own nation and ethnic group. The North and South would both say that they were, and Ukraine's similar, where it was part of the Russian Empire, but it's also got its own thing. And when you have your own thing and your own identity, you can often be able to tap into much larger systems that don't. It's partly why there's so many Canadian musicians and cultural figures in America, because the Canadians have enough of an identity to help each other out and become a laboratory to be a springboard for America.
Right, so it's like the Ukrainian network of activists.
Yeah.
And this gets back to the Bolsheviks, because like you mentioned, the Bolsheviks were an organic development. They Trotsky took over, Lenin took over an organization that, from, what do you call them, the hard bosses on the ground, that kind of set this up. And pretty much all of them were Russians. The Jews were a very tiny minority, and then the Jews were like 10 out of the top 100, and then 4 out of the top 7, partly because they represented those organizational hubs. So it's probably, the Jews in Germany is probably similar to the Russians in Ukraine in terms of elevating their position as organizers.
I think at their peak, the Jews were like a third of the Marxists, but that was a brief peak around the revolution. And then once the revolution went out, they started purging the Jews from the Communist Party. So
it didn't take long.
Stalin nearly genocided the Jews at the end of his reign, and they were actively kicking them out. And so the Jews joined the Marxists because Tsarist Russia was one of the regimes in history the most genuinely oppressive to the Jews. And one of the things Paul Johnson said is that a lot of the left-wing radicalism in Europe or America is us sort of paying a karmic debt for Tsarist Russia. Because he says all of these activists who were Ashkenazi Jews who came out of Tsarist Russia in the early to mid-20th century in the Western world. And those who are new to my content, you know I've had a lengthy whole spiel about how the Jews are a faction of leftism, but they're not the predominant one, or it's like the rise of early Christianity, where it's the creation of a cultural movement that eventually cannibalized the Jews. But Tsarist Russia was also oppressive to a variety of groups. They hated the Poles too. They hated the Poles more than they hated Muslims, actually, which is funny. Where Tsarist Russia actually encouraged pagans in Central Asia to convert to Islam. And in some ways, the Marxists were worse to the Muslims and the Asian minorities than the Tsars were. Because the Tsars were looking more so for reconciliation and owning the land, and the Marxists just saw the native peoples with contempt. They forced the hunter-gatherers to move into the communes. They committed some of the worst genocides of anyone against the Kazakhs and the steppe peoples of Central Asia, because they saw their life with contempt, while the Tsars had more respect for minorities, where one of the weird details of Tsarist Russia is, for a lot of their minorities, they were one of the nicer European colonial empires. Tsarist Russia was the most brutal in most ways. You can find sort of distinct exceptions.
Right, but that's probably because they were used to managing a multi-ethnic kind of empire, right? And it's also ironic that when an actual communist meets an actual nomadic person, that they're not as impressed as the Rousseauian imagination.
Whoa.
Like, what happened when they actually met them? They killed them. And while talking about the piece of mythical piece of the noble savage.
That's actually really funny. I went through a sort of obsession of mapping all the languages on Earth. And when I was going through Siberia and looking at the distinct languages, there's this huge native die-off of these languages with the Soviet Union in this process. So it's whichever Siberian peoples made it through this filter were the ones that passed on the culture, but the filter is there. Mongolia is similar, which the Soviet Union conquered Mongolia as their only real puppet state between World War I and World War II. And they drove out the Count von Sternberg, who was a German-Estonian warlord who declared himself king of Mongolia with his group of buddies, and managed it his own personal fief. And I've heard conflicting stories about communist Mongolia, where apparently they killed some vast amount of the population initially, and they got bored and gave up, and then it became one of the most lackadaisical communist states.
I heard, well, they had an issue with their planning because they didn't have property rights, so they introduced a new type of animal for grazing, and so because they didn't have property rights, they raced for the grass, and they ate all the young grass. This is what happened in the Great Depression, too, because fencing wasn't allowed in the Midwest. And so it created a really big ecological disaster in Mongolia. And so that's definitely impeded their, agricultural development and general development.
I've heard that, too. Also that they were trying to collectivize the cattle, and the Mongols, as a Prague warrior people, just killed the cattle first, which caused mass famine. The Mongols were really hard to break, where they killed a lot of them in the beginning, and then it just got so brutal that,
Alrighty, it is 4 o'clock in the morning, so I am going to end it here. I don't believe anybody's watching. Oh, Gamer Crunch is watching. Did you just get here, or were you watching the whole time? Yeah, I'm going to bed now. If you did enjoy, please leave a like and subscribe. Goodbye, everybody, or just Gamer Crunch.